I'm pleased to have you with me for what is day 19, technically, of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And as you know, Towel friends, it is bright and early, 7:30, May 19th, 2025. Testimony will start up just after 9 a.m. this morning. Oh, look at all the Towel friends jumping in the chat. It is so wonderful to see you all. As you can see, I obviously missed you all very much, and I'm so pleased to have you back with me, even as I begin the stream by dropping my water bottle, which is truly tradition on Towel Stream. All right, folks, we have a lot to get caught up on. We have developments with bombshell potential data from Karen Reed's Lexus that will show the precise timing of the collision impact event right as John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving. We have so much to get caught up on. In fact, we have Karen clips to watch. I put a nice little compilation together for us that has every Karen clip. But we have so much to watch, we need to jump right in. So if you missed Friday, if you missed your Towel friends, Towel obviously missed you. I'll have more to say. But I just want to first begin by saying I really appreciate all of the outpouring of comments and messages. I have so many DMs and messages, and I want you to know I've been reading them all. I will go through and I will reply to all of them, but just in the thousands. And I just want to extend my appreciation and gratitude. And it meant a lot to Little Towel regarding my father, Frederick Ellis, passing from cancer last week. I didn't realize the impact that my father had. So I'll take a minute to say a few words, and I appreciate your indulgence while I do this to start the stream. So my father was a very impressive human being, very humble, very reserved, just a very down-to-earth man who would much rather help you plan an itinerary for your upcoming trip or honeymoon than talk about what he was doing with his work. But just to tell you a little bit about my dad, he was born in 1957 out in East Longmeadow near Northampton, Massachusetts. He was born to a family of, I think it was 5 children. He had 3 brothers and a sister. And my dad's mom was my dad's mom and my dad's dad were just a working class family out in Western Mass. And my dad, I think, was the first in his family to go to college, although it's possible one of his brothers was a little older and had gone to college too. But anyway, my dad went to Hampshire, and if you've ever heard of Hampshire College out in Western Mass, it doesn't, thank you all so much, by the way. I appreciate you allowing me to say some remarks. If you've ever been out to Western Mass or to Hampshire, Hampshire doesn't give grades. It's a very cool school. It does have qualitative analysis of student work. My dad would tell me, like, they would review your work, but you wouldn't exactly get a grade. You would get like an overview of your work. It would be reviewed by a professor, but it wasn't on a grading scale. Nonetheless, I only tell that story because my dad went from Hampshire to Harvard Law. He was, I don't know if anyone had done that prior to him. It was back in the 60s or 70s, but he got into Harvard Law, and he proceeded to, it was so interesting because I used to be so afraid of law school because the only context that I really had was my dad telling me that he lived in a library for 3 years at Harvard Law School, and it was the hardest thing that he ever had to do. And I was like, oh no, if I go to law school, I'm going to just not exist for 3 years. Little did I know, I didn't really understand as a young child what my dad was saying, which was that he went to Harvard Law School, which is like the hardest law school in the entire country. And so, I don't know if I would have been able to do that, but he certainly did. And he thrived there. He graduated, and then I think he began his career at the Middlesex District Attorney's Office under Scott Harshbarger back in the 1980s. And very quickly rose up the ranks. I think he was a division chief within like a year or two of starting at that office there. And I think he ended up, he never really told me about it because I'm pretty sure it was very privileged and confidential. But by the, one time, like when he was I don't know if he was like on vacation with me or whatever, and I never talked about it until after he passed, but I hinted at it. He said to me he was working for the Middlesex DA's office, and I didn't understand at the time what he was saying, but in context, I understand now. He was on a joint task force with the feds, and they were running wiretaps in the North End on the Prince Street garage that I think it was the Angelos that were running it back in the day, which was the Patriarcha's men in Boston, which I'm pretty sure in turn was an extension of either the Gambinos or one of the New York Five families. But anyway, so my dad's running these wiretaps, and it was so fascinating because at 11 years old, little Powell was reading Black Mass, like not because my dad encouraged me to, but because like I really enjoyed the book Black Mass, and my dad was not in it. And I don't think my dad even knew Dick Layer, but I was fascinated by it. Like, I wanted to talk to Dick. I met Dick Layer, the author of Black Mass, one of the authors. Gerard O'Neill's the other, way back in the day, because his son went to school with me. And as an 11-year-old, every morning before 6th grade, I was reading Black Mass. I loved that book. I knew everything about it. I still have it memorized, basically. And little did I know that my dad was actually one of the people who was running the wiretaps. So that's where he started his career. Then after working for the Middlesex DA's office for a while and on those cases, which, by the way, they definitely got those guys, and they broke up the entire Italian mafia basically in the 80s in Massachusetts, and it really was Whitey Bulger. Like, what happened was in the 70s and 80s there was a lot of inter-Irish mob wars in Massachusetts, and so like all those factions kind of like took each other out, and then Whitey survived, but Whitey then wanted to take down the Italian mob to get more turf, and the FBI wanted to take down the Italian mob to get more turf. So you have like, you see what I mean? Like enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. And that's how John Conley ended up running Whitey Bulger as an informant and letting Whitey Bulger get away with stuff, because the big like fish there was the Angelos. So anyway, they brought all those guys down. My dad leaves that office, and then he goes to work for his own office, Ellison Rapacki, downtown on Merrimack Street in Boston. He loved that office. It was right next to the Boston Garden, and then it was also right near kind of the Boston Municipal Court and all the other courthouses. And vivid memories of the night he worked there. He had that office for so long that I have memories of the old Boston Garden. I distinctly remember going to see a Boston Bruins versus New York Islanders game with him. I have distinct memories of that area when it was old world Boston, the elevated train out front. Like, it was literally like living in what you'd imagine like an old cartoon or depiction of like a urban setting in America was like. And his office was there, and he, in a lot of ways, he really watched the world change, or world going by his window there while keeping an eye on it. His little corner office there with the view over Faneuil Hall and Government Center. He would sit there and, he watched the world change. The garden got knocked down. The new garden was built. The parking garages got torn down. New developments went up. And in some sense, he was well suited to those changes because he switched from being a DA to a consumer protection class action lawyer. So if you've ever wondered why I'm so interested in regulatory oversight and warding off corporate consolidation and protecting consumers and some of the other work that I do with adult and medical use and the regulatory apparatus in Massachusetts, my father was one of the first people to do wide-scale breast impact litigation, plant impact litigation, which is to say in the 60s and 70s there was a company called Dow Corning or Dow Chemical that knew that their breast implants could leak and cause serious harm and cancer to women. And my dad sued them in the 90s under a consumer protection law, and he found a whistleblower document from the 60s, but it was Dow Corning that became Dow Chemical, or one of the other ways around, found the document that showed that they knew that they were selling these breast implants that could really harm women. And so he was the first person. He did the class action lawsuit, and then when that company went into bankruptcy, my dad was appointed by a federal judge to oversee this like 30-year process for distributing payments to class members because of the residual harm caused by these faulty breast implants. I think it was silicone based or something. It was very, very big at the time, like, because a lot of women didn't even realize how dangerous these specific kind of implants were. I think the technology has changed since then, but this was like the very beginning. But my father did some other absolutely amazing cases. If you remember the Matthew Eapen case, the tragic case of the baby in Massachusetts in the 90s who was shaken to death by an au pair from England, Louise Woodward. My dad represented the family of the Eapens, the father and mother, in the civil lawsuit against the au pair agency. Louise Woodward, of course, served, 500 or so days in jail, was convicted or took a plea on something and took time served, and then the au pair agency, I think either she was not licensed right or they weren't licensed right. They were the subject of a massive civil lawsuit, and my dad, as you can see in the picture in the corner of your screen, my dad represented them in that lawsuit. Now, the one thing is, you want to talk about like integrity, like my dad throughout his whole life, even with that Prince Street garage thing, he never really said what he was talking about, but some of the stuff that he would do, like settlements or things like that, even me, like, to this day, I cannot tell you, he never told me. He would say, like, it's confidential. I have no idea how any of those settlements actually played out. He would just say I can say it's a confidential settlement. This was a man who would do that in the privacy of his own home with like a 12-year-old child who had no context or knowledge of any of this. He would be like, no, it's confidential. So I don't really know how a lot of these cases ended, but I do know, except for the public ones, I do know what he was involved with. Then he was involved with a number of interesting cases. They were all centered around protecting consumers. There was a man, I think, at Shaw's or Star Market who got crushed by like a pallet of blueberries or something. That was a very, very sad case. He represented that plaintiff. He would do these like genius things. My father's partner was telling this story the other day. A woman crashed into a truck one time that didn't have an appropriate safety bar at the bottom, and the woman was going to sue the operator of the truck, but they didn't really have a lot of insurance. It was like $500,000 or something. Well, my dad found that although the trailer of the truck was registered in a state with like a $500,000 liability cap, the front cab of the truck was registered in New York, which had a vicarious liability statute for people who rent trucks that are involved in those kind of accidents. So this lawyer, my dad's partner, Ed Rapacki, wasn't going into detail for the lay audience, but what he was basically talking about was my dad's ingenuitive deployment of conflict of laws. It's this discipline where you can apply other states' laws in, especially this kind of like car accident situation where one car is rented in one state, goes to another state, and then there's civil liability. And so he brought in the rental company, my dad, which had tens of millions of dollars of liability insurance, and that was also a confidential settlement. But just the use, that was what my dad was known for, taking cases that people would say just would have no chance, and he'd be like, no, like, you just have to put the pieces together and you can figure it out. And so my dad did that work throughout his whole life. He continued corporate class action work. Sadly, the whole discipline of this kind of consumer protection-based class action, what it really stems from, two things: state and federal law. It goes back to 1897, really, the Sherman Antitrust Act, which gives you under Section 1 or Section 2 a private right of action to like hold companies accountable if they try to undermine like fair prices or things like that. So for example, another famous case my dad was involved in was the vitamin case. And my dad found out that a bunch of international pharmaceutical companies were meeting in the Black Forest in Germany each year and rigging prices. So he brought a private right of action and broke up the price fixing in the vitamin industry. Meanwhile, Little Towel, I was like, wait, so I was thinking as a kid, I never told him this, I was like, wait, so like salesmen are going around to CVS and fixing the prices of vitamins? I didn't realize he was basically talking about like international pharmaceutical companies that like meet like the Bohemian Grove or Bilderberg or Davos, like they meet in the Black Forest and rig pharmaceutical prices. So my dad would just take on anyone and everyone if he thought that there was like a public interest for consumers in particular or the vulnerable at stake. So really honorable man. I really appreciate you all allowing me to talk to you about this, and I'll just close by saying a few things. One, it's sad because Congress in like 2005 moved into the federal Congress, tried to start. They knew people like my dad were out there, and they knew, like, if you file an individual lawsuit on behalf of one plaintiff against a big company, lawyers don't really do that because you're not. Some cases are unique, but most of the time you're not going to recover a lot. But to get a lawyer to actually be able to help a lot of people and get like money for their services, you really need class certification. So Congress realized where this was going. Lawyers like my dad were going to be able to hold companies accountable, hold the powerful accountable, and then get consumers represented without any one plaintiff having to shell out hundreds of millions or thousands for litigation. Now, this became a problem politically because these big companies didn't like this, so they put caps artificially on like class actions and things like that. And the big nail in the coffin, unfortunately, from my father's line of work and for all class actions, was mandatory arbitration provisions. So in 2000, I think it was the late 2000s, maybe early 2010s or so, the Supreme Court ruled that companies can preclude you from filing class-based actions in almost all circumstances. There's some exceptions because they're contracts of adhesion, so you can technically get class-based certification, but the standard is much higher after this decision. And basically mandatory arbitration agreements preclude class actions by default. So the whole like discipline of consumer protection corporate class action was politically neutered by the federal Congress and the Supreme Court, which is unfortunate because it was a very important discipline. And I would say, like, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn because you can read the Twitter comments. Even like Kevin Reddington was in the comments and David Yannetti was in the comments. Like, my dad was a titan of the bar in a lot of ways, I think, because of not only his work for the Middlesex DA, but just the way he was like a titan of the bar because he was very ingenuitive, he had a lot of integrity. He would do things from a place of good intent for lots of people because the public interest was at stake. And then just to close, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate you all listening to me talk a little bit about my dad. You all were with me in spirit this weekend, and that definitely helped Little Towel. And Towel spent time over the weekend with people he loved. And I will tell you that there's nothing more reaffirming than spending time with the people that we love. It's a touching thing. It's a very impressive coming together, and it meant a lot to Little Towel to read all your words. But I'll close with this. So my dad was more, though, than his profession. I think his profession wore on him in the sense that, like, he was always fighting monsters, staring into the abyss, taking on any large entity, like navigating complex socio-political dynamics. Like, he was just very good at that. But that wasn't really it was his passion, but it wasn't what he brought home. What he brought home was a love of the Red Sox, and I think my first Red Sox game was probably in 1994 when he was a partner at Gilman, McLaughlin, and Hanahan, and they had seats probably like 6 rows back, right near home plate, heading towards the Red Sox dugout. Just amazing seats. And I got my first foul ball there. Some guy caught it in the aisle and brought it over to me. But yeah, that was the Brian Daubach, Troy O'Leary, Trot Nixon era. The Sox were terrible. Dad was actually at Roger Clemens' 20 strikeout game in '86 at Fenway. He just loved the Red Sox. We were together, actually. Probably one of the most important moments in my childhood. We were together in the room in 2004 for Game 7 of the ALCS. Well, we watched every game of the ALCS versus the Yankees and the Red Sox. We weren't at Fenway. We watched them all. And then we watched the World Series together against the Cardinals, all 4 games. My brother was a Yankees fan, so we used to banish him from the room. He was bad luck. It was very special to Little Towel. He took me to the All-Star game in 1999, the Home Run Derby when it was at Fenway. But he was a man who loved the Red Sox, and he passed that on. I definitely love the Red Sox. And he got to see the Red Sox win a World Series. That meant so much to him. He went his entire life from 1957 until 2004 watching the Red Sox every year lose, and he was spoiled. He got to see the Celtics win the bunch of they were dynasties, and he got to see the Bruins win a lot. But the Patriots were always terrible. The Red Sox were always terrible. And finally, they became good later in his life, and he was very happy. He also took me to the Super Bowl. I would be remiss if I did not talk about that. He took me to the Super Bowl in 1997 versus the Green Bay Packers. Dad and I forget how he got the tickets, but we ended up on some chartered flight with like the Jammin' 94.5 contest winners. Like, Dad knew how to like make things happen. And we fly down there and we stay in New Orleans. I'll always remember it. We drive over to the stadium. The Patriots, I don't know if you all understand this. The Patriots did not have any fans in 1997. They had last been to the Super Bowl in '86 against the Bears in Refrigerator Perry, where they got ran over 56-10. So they show up at the 97 Super Bowl, and I'm there, and my dad's there with the very top of the stadium. It was still unbelievable. 99% Packer fans wearing the cheese heads, and 99% we were some of the only Patriots fans in the entire stadium, and it was still the greatest experience of my life. I saw that Devon Hester kickoff return. The Pats lost at the end, but it was a really good game, and I was honored to be there. But yes, my dad was a big New England sports fan. He loved music. We went to so many concerts together. Bob Dylan, Tom Petty. He took me to Summer Jam one year because he liked one of the acts at Tweeter Center down in Mansfield. He loved his music. One of his favorite songs was Somewhere Over the Rainbow by Iz. And he was just a very relaxed man. We traveled a lot, Hawaii, Jamaica, most of the United States, Santorini, Mykonos. We drove to almost every city in Italy, Rome, Venice, San Donato, Rimini, Florence, Venice, Milan, Pisa. It was a wonderful experience. We went to Prague, Amsterdam, London, Bath, Oxford. We traveled. I think we saw probably like more countries than most people see in their life by the time I was like 25, and he loved that. So, but yes, my dad was just fundamentally a really good man. He used to, nurture my high school mock trial team. He was, for how smart and brilliant he was at work, he was also a very good human, very down to earth. He could walk into a bar anywhere on earth and just strike up a conversation. I remember one time we were in Amsterdam. It was probably like 2009 or so, and we were my dad, like, this is how much he loved traveling. He'd be like, Grant, listen, I found a place in the red light district where they allow cigarette smoking and drinking, and you can use your he would call it the pot. You can use the pot. I was like, well, yes, Dad, it's Amsterdam. I know. But he was like, no, you don't understand, Grant. It's really hard to find a place where you can drink, because he liked to drink beer. He was unabashed. He liked his beer. Never hard liquor, though. Just beer. He just liked to have beer with dinner and after dinner. It just liked his beer. So he was like, Grant, it's important to me, like, that we find a place where I can have a beer and you can smoke your pot. And so he spent hours, and he finally finds this place, and we go there, and we're sitting in Amsterdam. And, I'm kind of like, you know me, I'm a little bit of a towel. Oh, God bless you, Allie. Thank you for sharing that with us. And God bless your dad. But yeah, we're sitting there in the Amsterdam. It was like a bar, and my dad's happy as a clam, sitting at the bar, talking up a storm with all these different people that he met there. It was a very international city. And I'm kind of sitting in the smoking area. Like, he would come over and chat with me, and some guy was smoking a cigarette, and I was smoking some pot. And I think my dad was intrigued, right? He was like, oh, Grant's talking to someone. So he comes over, and then these like guys sit down around the table with us. And my friend from school that I was traveling with, Big John, was with me as well. And we sit down, and we're chatting, and they roll up like some a blunt or something, and they're smoking. And I was like, oh, what do you all do? And they're like, oh, we're merchant traders. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is like the 1960s. And we start chatting a little bit more, and I eventually was like, what do you sell? And they were like, diamonds. And I was like, oh, that must be a very interesting profession. And then they looked at me and were like, no, blood diamonds. And I was like, they were like, we're from, they took like some, I think it was Sierra Leone or something. They were like, we're from Sierra Leone, and we're blood diamond traders. I was like, oh my God. And they were very nice to me. We smoked some weed pot together, and my dad was like, okay, Grant, that was quite an experience. But I'll close with this. I think my dad saw it was a little bit, one of the anecdotes I told the other day about my dad was someone was mentioning a story to me at the celebration of his life about how they asked him what was going on with the towel thing recently. And he was like, I don't really know, but Grant sure is brilliant. And one of the highest compliments my dad ever paid to me, he was bar mitzvahed, he was Jewish. He did practice. He brought us, it was very important to him that we went to Hanukkah with his family while we were growing up, but we were also part Catholic, so we also celebrated Christmas, and he was very good about that too. But he was bar mitzvahed, he was Jewish, and when we would go to Prague or Amsterdam, wherever we went, it was very important to him we went to the Anne Frank house. Like, you very rarely in life did I see him go somewhere and like it wasn't about him enjoying it because he liked to look at views and just take in the scenery. No, he was like, these are important places. Like, you could tell, I think he had lost family in the camps. It affected him so deeply. Like, when we were in the Jewish cemetery in Prague, I think there was nothing else in the world for him. Like, he was just so focused on what had happened there, the weight of where he was. And the highest compliment he ever paid to me, it was late at night. I think we were actually in Amsterdam at a hotel bar or something with my buddy from school. And my dad was just thinking, because we had gone to the Anne Frank house earlier in the day, and he looked at both of us, and he was thinking about, we were talking about the Dutch resistance. And he was like, I think he's called him John. He was like, John, John was like a poet who played the ukulele. So John is a very like lovey, and I'm a very lovey person too, but John was like literally a conscientious objector, and he was like, John, I don't think you would have joined the Dutch resistance. But then he looked over at me and he looked back at John. He didn't say it to me, he said it to John. He was like, but John, Grant would have done it. Oh yeah, I don't think he even realized how high of a compliment that was. And he's right too. I absolutely would have joined the Dutch resistance, would have laid down my life in a heartbeat if I needed to for the free world, and to protect vulnerable Jewish people. But yeah, that was one of the nicest things he ever said about me, and I did eventually let him know, how much it meant. But yeah, small moments like that, they mean a lot. Oh, friends, I appreciate you allowing me to do that memorial, and I do think it is important. First of all, I couldn't have all, however many of them there are of you with me at the service, so I think just getting the opportunity to do that is something important to me because of all the expressions of condolences. But my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 8 a.m. this Monday. My dad was a great man. Maybe I will write a book about my dad. I could do it. I wrote some nice posts. One of the people at the service was like, oh, Grant, I'm some I don't know what department he worked for, but I'm like some guy in Washington. And we were at a bar, and someone was like, oh, did you read Grant's Smith Ellis's post about Frederick Ellis, or his dad? And the guy was like, wait a minute, that can't be that Grant and that Rick. And they were like, yeah, and so apparently, this guy was like, I flew up here because your post was making the rounds. And then I thought, I didn't ask him, but I was like, making the rounds, like Washington, I knew some of you were from different parts of the world, but I was like, making the rounds in Washington, D.C., what are you talking about? I should have asked more. I was very intrigued. But yes, it means so much. Oh, Eva, you're so kind. I do my best. It means so much to me that so many people out there knew about my dad and really liked him and cared about his work. He was so humble. I don't know. He was like, I don't want to deal with all this media, and I don't understand why you like doing that. And I was like, Dad, it engenders cogent public understanding of these matters. And he was like, yes, but Grant, you have to understand there's a process. It's procedure. You don't just go out there and argue in public. You got to, it's like, okay, Dad, we have very different styles, but I like debating and public discourse and public information services, and he likes like court motions. He had more of an impact than me. Mark my words. He changed things. Little Towel just goes around being a little towel, and sometimes maybe I try to leave a little bit of a good impact on the world. Oh, that's so nice. David Yannetti is such a good man. Listen, I know a lot of us have our differences with David Yannetti's tactics. Towel can read souls, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, not if they're guarded. But if you come up to me and you put your hand on my arm and you give me your condolences and you open that energetic pathway, you cannot hide from me. I will be able to actually sense like what is in there. And that is a good man. They're definitely, like, all defense attorneys are like trying to win for their client. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying I endorse his tactics. In maybe some cases, he might have done some things I thought were smart. I don't know. I haven't taken the time to research every case he's ever done. But in this case, we can disagree about his tactics. I don't like every tactic he used, whatever. But that man, fundamentally good. Alan Jackson hasn't opened up energetically to me yet, but if I get a read on him, I'll let you know. I have a sense Alan Jackson's just in love with Karen Reed, and things got a little out of hand. Love is a very weird thing. It's a little bit irrational. I think it's kind of like chemicals in the brain that override our ability to use our analytical reasoning. And so unless you have a very strong understanding of how like thoughts lead to feelings, leads to behavior, and like functioning that circle, how it can become very like, you can get trapped in it. It can take you over. And Alan Jackson's a smart man, but I definitely think he got overwhelmed by his feelings in this case. So I don't know. I can't pass judgment because I haven't seen his soul. Karen Reed, she hasn't actually opened up energetically to me, and I don't think she would. She's very guarded, which is the right thing for her to do because it doesn't let me get a read on her. But I have looked into her soul. I paid the price for it because I actually had to let her look into my eyes, which I'm pretty sure this whole analogy about staring into the abyss is actually about that kind of moment. Like, I looked into her eyes knowing that I was paying the price that she was going to be able to look into my soul. And she didn't give me the energetic read, but like, no, that soul, Karen's soul is, no, like David's a decent person. Karen is like, not larger than life, but there isn't anything. How do I say this? Like, how do I say this without hurting her feelings? Because I do think she is a person. Like, she cares about her family and stuff. But there's an emotional void to Karen Reed. Like, she has a Mona Lisa smile, which can distract the untrained observer into thinking that there's a lot of emotion going on. But inside that body is calculated, analytical thinking. And I think she feels, I'm just giving you my opinion. I think Karen feels frustrated because that genuine emotional connection, she either like knew it at one point in her life or like she understands it as a concept but can't get it to generate within her authentically. So she's always mimicking it. And I think that torments her a little bit because I do think she's like, she can see how that kind of authentic reaction, let's just use Yannetti as an example, like she can see how that like is the core of being human. But I don't think that naturally would ever arise in her. She has to study it, and I think that frustrates her. So that's my read. But she hasn't opened up her soul. Like until I actually get like I don't need a lot of time, but until she will give me that energetic opening, which she's not going to do because she doesn't trust me, I'm not going to be able to tell you if she's a good or bad person. I can tell you like a little bit about what I think is in there like right now, but also you got to remember she's in trial. This is a stressful situation. She's probably medicated, which no judgment, like if she has anxiety, whatever, but it's very hard to get an energetic read in that kind of situation. Not with Yannetti because he's like in the zone. He's like, Yannetti could juggle like 6 cases at once and still have a conversation with you about like the complex geopolitical developments in the Balkans right now or whatever. He's different, but Karen I think is learning to live in this environment, but she doesn't understand it. So my point is I don't have an energetic read on Karen. I don't really on AJ, but I do on David Yannetti, and he's a good person. Oh, goodness. I had a lot to say, and it led to me talking about my dear old dad. And by the way, that was the most redeeming part about my dad. He would call himself dear old dad. Yes, Dad. Dear old dad. Oh, goodness. Yes, he was a good man. But what I want to do, friends, because we've talked a lot. I was reading your comments. I had my eyes closed a lot. I needed to say what I wanted to say. Um, but let's transition. We'll talk more about my dad later. That was a good intro. Court's coming up at 9 a.m. We're all ready to go. The Karen Cam's prepped. The streams are up. Everything's ready. What I want to show you though is let's watch the day 18 recap. Let's talk about the vehicle data. It's all in this video. Folks, it could be big. And I just to preface this, what happened last week for Hank Brennan was that he won 3 motions. Basically, 2 are grouped together, one's somewhat distinct. The 2 motions he won were 1, no voir dire of his expert from Aperture. 2, for Shannon Burgess, which I think has to do with like vehicle data. 2, Brennan can introduce not new information, but an updated analysis of the timestamps on Karen's Lexus and John's iPhone. They're 2 different clocks, and they measure time differently. Now, you might be saying, why is that such a big deal, Grant? Like, okay, like my watch is different than my phone sometimes, of course. Like, whatever, you figure it out, you change. That's not the big deal. The big deal is that originally, and you're going to hear it in this recap, during the first trial, for some reason, the prosecution let Karen Reed's expert, Maggie Gaffney, do the chip-off of Karen Reed's Lexus board. Now, that chip-off during the first trial, for some reason, the wrong software, the chip reader was used, which is hardware. And then also, only 1 of 3 boards was read. So only 2.4 gigs of 8 gigs of data on the board was read. Well, come December of 2024, Hank Brennan, the brilliant mind that he is, has a new expert come in and do a chip-off for Karen Reed's Lexus, and guess what? Brennan gets 2 new chips. Gets those extra chips, the not new chips, the chips that couldn't be read from the first trial. Brennan gets that data. The data goes up to 8 gigs. One of the boards is an infotainment system. One of them is a EDR black box. Now, ladies and gentlemen, think about the implications of this. When I said clock earlier, the Lexus clock, during the first trial, the state had key cycle data that they used to extrapolate time. The Lexus clock is now in Hank Brennan's position. Absolutely. And that clock is huge. Oh, Alana, thank you for watching my Ted Kennedy Karen Reed video. It's 2.5 hours. It did take a long time. I think I spent 8 hours editing it yesterday morning. God bless you for watching it, though. That was a towel project. But let me get back to this vehicle data. So the 2 new chips, okay? One of them is the infotainment system that has a clock, which is huge because it gives the state exact timing for the collision with Karen Reed, between Karen Reed's car and John O'Keefe, right around 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022. Well, Karen had a BAC of 0.14 to 0.28, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. And Karen backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.6 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.5 degree steering wheel correction to the right. Oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. Oh, Dutch. Yes, that's wonderful, Murder by Maestro. Anything you got to do to take out those damn ruthless people from the Third Reich. Those damn people. I'm trying not to cuss as much. Hi, Taterbug. Welcome, dear friend. I'm sorry I haven't been in the chat as much. I'll be adding more honorary towel friends now that I look down. But let me get back to this vehicle data, because Murder by Maestro loves vehicle data. Now listen, let me actually show you, because guess what Little Towel pulled up? If you're wondering, Towel, did you pull up a post by Murder by Maestro so you could show it to us, so we could explain what kind of data is in a Lexus infotainment system and an EDR black box? And does Hank Brennan have a collision detection event potentially, and not just the new clock data? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to it. I'm a towel. Murder by Maestro's a towel. You're all towels. Let's be good little towels. Hold on. Why isn't this? Hold on now. Oh, hold on. What? I don't have it muted. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. It was just playing earlier. Hold on, little towels. Give a little towel a second. I will not be deterred that easily. All right, let's try one more time. Now you don't want to play at all? It is not muted. It is unmuted. All right, we'll refresh it one time. I'm not going to give up that easily, Murder by Maestro. Your video is wonderful. I am a towel. Oh. We're having some towel sound issues, but I shall not be deterred. Why is this sound not working? Oh, hold on, little towels. Hold on, little towels. I have a plan. I have a plan. This video is actually really good, but I think I was doing some... yep, I fixed it. I fixed it! Look at that, little towels. I was doing some editing earlier, so I had my FX settings all messed up. Lord Murder by Maestro, I'm so glad you stuck around because I got your video. Folks, if you're wondering what kind of data is on Karen Read's Lexus infotainment system that Hank Brennan now has that wasn't available in the first trial, and if you're wondering why is Karen Read's defense seemingly losing her mind, well, little towels, let me show you. And now I got the volume to work too. Thanks to Murder by Maestro, by the way.
You have a second-by-second record of a trip taken.
What you see here are a lot of green dots, and those are event dots, like the door opening, door close.
All new cars monitor engine emissions and anticipate crashes, but many track more data than that. Jim Mason investigates accidents by pulling data for legal teams and insurance companies.
The brain of your infotainment system is right here,
okay,
usually behind the screen.
Even this Ford truck knows more about you than you probably realize. All right, we've gotten the data out of the truck, and now we're going to take it up, put it on this laptop, and see what we can learn.
What you see here are a lot of green dots, and those are event dots, like the door opening, door close.
You have a second-by-second record of a trip taken on May 21st at 10:06 a.m., 10:06 19 seconds, 10:06 20 seconds. You've got the bearing, the speed, and the exact latitude and longitude in that trip. The truck also knows every contact on the driver's phone, and even...
So this is music from her phone.
You even know what music... She's been listening to Hamilton. Most major automakers have committed to private...
Oh, no. This is bad for Karen. And that's ARCA's expert. Oh, Hank Brennan should have called him as a hostile witness. Oh, Karen Read's experts from ARCA should have known this. I think it was a cover-up. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, why would Karen Read have gotten help from the DOJ by way of these experts from ARCA who clearly rendered absolutely ridiculous conclusions? If you're wondering that, I happen to have a video queued up here where we can hear Towel explain all about it. I know this is one of your favorite things in the entire world, where we explain the complex socio-political dynamics which led to somehow the DOJ under the old DOJ in Boston, which absolutely hated cops, by the way. Whether there's corruption you need to root out in some parts of Massachusetts or with the Birchmore probe or otherwise, that old office was straight up ACB, anti-cop, straight up. They didn't like them. The probe against the MSP, the Karen thing, absolutely weaponized, winking a nod to Karen. I think the old DOJ under Levy and Rollins and Dustin Chow and Adam Deutsch, they knew Karen hit John. They just wanted to get to Morrissey. And also, I think they're in a classic operation where they used the now confirmed disclosed probe into John's death, the federal probe, as a way to get more information about the MSP. And that's why right after the summer of 2023, when the John O'Keefe grand jury, the federal grand jury, really wound down, the Birchmore probe picked up in August of 2023. They were overlapping investigations. One led to the other. Karen got a wink and a nod from the DOJ as a result of helping them stumble onto the Birchmore probe, which involved the same MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA who investigated Karen for John's death. And as a result, this hidden payments to ARCA and contacts and ARCA being in the bag for Reed rather than doing a real investigation was really just a favor to the DOJ, and it's very political and people won't really talk about it because when the DOJ runs that kind of operation, yes, it's a serious abuse of power, but it's basically a modern black mass. It's like another Whitey Bulger situation. It's very embarrassing. It compromises the institutional integrity of the DOJ and the FBI, and that's why we're going to watch this overview and summary because it's very interesting. And I'm a towel. All right, let me see if I can get it going on the screen. The DOJ, if they ever watch this, are probably like, well, he figured it out, but God damn, or how, God goodness, how does he do it? Sorry for cussing. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I can get this going. All right, let's watch.
All right, so we have a lot to cover, but what I'm going to start with is a decision on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA. So, I think I told counsel before that I had reviewed. So first we had full hearing from counsel. I heard from the lawyers. I heard from Mr. Alessi on behalf of the lawyers. I've read the transcripts. I've listened to the sidebar conference and read that transcript. And I've certainly read the pleadings. So based on all the evidence, I conclude that there has not been the candor required of all lawyers has not been demonstrated here. I find that there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude that they were deliberate concerning the relationship with the ARCA witnesses. They were made at sidebar, in open court, and in pleadings. And I think the record is pretty clear, and I find that on July 25th, 2024, payment was made to the ARCA witnesses. Yet on February 26, 2025, in a pleading written by Ms. Little, signed by all three defense counsel, says the Commonwealth's motion to exclude these exculpatory expert witnesses, ARCA witnesses, who were not hired or paid for by the defense, is not made in good faith and is a desperate and transparent attempt to keep exculpatory testimony of neutral expert witnesses from reaching the jury in this case. The next page. Ironically, the Commonwealth accuses the defendant of failing to comply with her discovery obligations while conceding that the information is not in her care, custody, or control. Moreover, here, the defense has gone above and beyond its reciprocal discovery obligations and has already satisfied all of its mandatory discovery obligations under Rule 14 and turned over all additional information in the control and custody of the defense relating to the ARCA witnesses as ordered by the court. So I find or conclude that that was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate. So I find that there is a flagrant violation of the Rule 14 obligations, and before I decide which sanctions are appropriate, I need to see defense counsel and Ms. Reed at sidebar. I'm going to ask that the Commonwealth remain where they are. I'm going to seal this sidebar, but I need to have a colloquy with Ms. Reed before I figure out exactly what I'm going to do here. So.
First of all, Hank Brennan laid out the facts very correctly, and the one inference that Hank Brennan made, that the feds forced Reed to turn over this material, the way he spoke about that, doesn't do anything. It only emphasizes Brennan's point further that there was some weird stuff going on as to why the Reed defense suddenly turned these communications over, which are probably not the full scope of the communications between the Reed defense and ARCA until February 13th, 2025, which coincidentally is just a few weeks after this new DOJ administration comes in, and clearly I think Reed and Levy fell out of favor, or excuse me, Josh Levy's obviously out of favor. Reed, Levy, Rachel Rollins, that whole crew, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, fell out of favor with the feds because that old office was way closer to them, and I think it was very political. It was close to the Biden White House, the leadership, Rollins in particular. That's a whole interesting story. If you ever want to look something up and really dig into why Rachel Rollins got appointed as the U.S. attorney and then started this weird federal, she was the U.S. attorney when this weird federal probe of the John O'Keefe murder started in November of 2022. And then you dig a little more into it and you find out Rachel Rollins, along with having kind of this fight going on with Michael Morrissey, the DA of Norfolk County, because of this tension over how youthful offenders should have been charged for life offenses for murder and stuff like that, dating back to Rollins' time as Suffolk DA. But you find out Rollins, who got fired, by the way, after she was forced to resign, after an investigation by the U.S. DOJ's OIG uncovered that Rollins had launched a pretextual federal probe into Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden after he beat Rollins' political ally Ricardo Arroyo in a primary for the Suffolk County DA seat that Rollins used to have. And she leaked it to the Globe and the Herald to try to smear Hayden. Now, interestingly, even going back further than that, Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy used to talk directly. And the reason they talked directly is there was this mutual connection to this woman, Rayla Campbell, which didn't really make a lot of sense because Rayla Campbell's this virulent Republican. Well, Rayla Campbell was kind of like a spoiler candidate in the 2020 Senate race between Joe Kennedy and Ed Markey for JFK's old seat, and Joe Kennedy Jr. And Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell would like talk about Rayla Campbell going to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to kind of sabotage them. The only reason I can imagine Rachel Rollins would be interested in that is to help Ed Markey. And the only reason I could imagine the Democratic establishment or whatever, up to the White House, being interested in helping Ed Markey is to preempt a primary challenge looking forward to 2024 against Joe Biden by Joe Kennedy Jr., who, if he had won that race against Markey, would gone into JFK's old Senate seat and been on a very similar trajectory to JFK, who went, I think he represented like Brighton or something in the House of Representatives. He had some like campaign office right there near Lake Street where Boston College is. But right from House of Reps, federal level, Senate seat, JFK's Senate seat, to presidential primary. I could totally have seen that happening and upending the Democratic primary. And so does it then make sense that Rachel Rollins got appointed to the U.S. Attorney's Office because she helped Joe Biden? That to me, as to that Senate race and the Democratic establishment and helping Ed Markey win and thwarting Joe Kennedy Jr., yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And tie that in with Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Integrity Section's kind of tension with Morrissey going back to 2015 when Chow's wife got passed over for promotion in the Norfolk DA and left the office on bad terms. And then Chow went around saying he wanted to burn down, apparently, the Norfolk DA's office, metaphorically, of course. So when you think about all that and the origin of this federal probe and why Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins and the line prosecutors under Dustin Chow may have had some incentive to facilitate Karen Reed going beyond the scope of the federal protective order as the nature of her contacts with ARCA, and passively, not even passively, directly in some cases, using that federal protective order as cover to shield the nature of their ongoing contacts with ARCA from the state court and state prosecutors. Certainly all lines up to me, folks. And then falling out of favor, in particular Reed and her team, because the DOJ changed from this kind of like Biden-friendly, tough on cops, etc., to Leah Foley, who probably was like, what the fuck is going on with this bullshit? Why are you doing this to these people? I'm just speculating. I'm allowed to do that. I'm a commentator. Seriously, I'm allowed to speculate as to why the U.S. attorney may have felt it important to force Reed's team to disclose these contacts that sabotage Reed's entire defense and could get Jackson thrown off the case. And is there any coincidence that right after that, it's confirmed that the U.S. attorney goes to all these different agencies and witnesses and tells them the federal probe is over into John O'Keefe's death? It's not a fucking coincidence. It was a burn notice, as I've said in the past. And so this whole idea of this withholding of these conversations is actually a microcosm of what's the larger story here that I've been harping on, that no one wanted. I mean, there were even people on the Free Karen Reed side who didn't want to believe it. On the Free Karen Reed side, on both sides, on the Justice for John O'Keefe and the Free Karen Reed side, because the Free Karen Reed side definitely didn't want to believe that the federal officials after January 20th had exposed a prior plot by Reed to collude with the DOJ to manipulate people's perception of this trial, because that would mean the DOJ was in the bag for Reed and was biased and was manipulating this process. And the thing is, I think the DOJ had some cover to do it because they really were looking into the MSP unit that covered up allegedly, potentially Sandra Birchmore's murder, wrote the police report indicating it was the result of self-harm when it clearly wasn't. You have that situation going on. So I think there was some cover, right? Maybe even some gratitude to Karen Reed and Turtle Boy for helping the feds stumble onto this. Because remember, the Birchmore probe doesn't start till August of 2023. That's 18 months into the O'Keefe probe. So the O'Keefe probe goes nowhere. Then the Birchmore probe starts. Then you get this weird, like, all right, wink and a nod, Karen and her lawyers, go do what you need to do with ARCA. Don't worry about the federal protective order, wink. Don't worry about misleading the state court, wink. Don't worry about withholding Rule 14 information from the federal prosecutors, wink. As Hank Brennan said, shh, don't tell them. That was way more than just Daniel Wolf talking to Alan Jackson, in my opinion. That was the theme of the relationship between the DOJ, Karen's lawyers, and ARCA. It just came out that way at one point, with Daniel Wolf being so direct. But do folks understand the implications here? I mean, even, as I said, some folks on the Justice for John O'Keefe side, the anti-Karen, free Karen Reed side, could not process the implications of this being that kind of bag job. Because do you know what it means? It means that potentially Aidan Kearney was ran as a federal informant and got a lot of cover as a result. Potentially Karen Reed was providing information. Like all of this speaks to a Whitey Bulger, John Conley situation. And now, how great is it? You got Leah Foley playing the role of U.S. Attorney Carhart, coming in and finding this shit on his desk back in the 90s and being like, what the fuck is this clusterfuck? See? There you go. You've been in that U.S. Attorney's office for 30 years, or anyone who's been in this orbit. You've read Black Mass. Shout out Dick Layer. Anyone who's in that orbit, it's a very niche audience. I know I'm speaking to a very niche audience. I appreciate the general public being able to understand this, but I know who I'm talking to. Anyone who's in that orbit is going to be like, yes, that's exactly right. Leah Foley is U.S. Attorney Carhart coming in and finding this chaos. And I think, personally, I'm analyzing this, but I think that this was brilliant from U.S. Attorney Foley's office. Brilliant. I want to be a fly on that wall for that conversation. Because interpolating inductively what must have happened. There is something called a burn notice, but that's highly technical, and it's too, even by analogy, it's too broad of a term to really explain the true beauty of, I think, what happened here, which was the federal government, the new DOJ, not only said this is not okay, what happened over 2024, in particular related to Reed and ARCA's contact and the way the DOJ was being a little weird about it in the payments. Not only is this not okay, but we have a situation here where the institutional integrity of the FBI and the DOJ is going to be called into question. Not right now, not this new U.S. DOJ, but just you have a Whitey Bulger situation, potentially again. Not as bad, but again, well, it actually, see, I got to reread Black Mass. I have a signed copy, by the way, aside. I have a signed copy of Black Mass from Dick Layer because I went to school with his son many, many years ago. And when I was I didn't think this was weird. But when I was 10 years old, before in 6th grade, like, yeah, we used to watch like WWF at the time. It was right in the lead up actually to WrestleMania in 2001 when The Rock faced Stone Cold in Steve Austin. I think it was WrestleMania 17. On April 1st, 2021. It was right in the lead up to that. I was like in 6th grade. I was reading Black Mass before school every day. I thought it was the most interesting thing in the entire world. Now, little did I thought it was the most interesting thing in the entire world. Now, little did I know that I was much closer in terms of like the prosecution of that and how that all was playing out back in the 80s. I'm talking about by tangentially, how close I was to the way those people were pursued. I didn't know that. I'll talk about that in a few months, not right now. Okay. But not for my sake, by the way. It's indirectly to do with me. But how interesting is it then that sorry, I was talking about my 6th grade experience. So I'm reading Black Mass in 2001, and I'm a 10-year-old child or 11-year-old, and I thought this was the most interesting book in the world. I was like, I can feel myself sitting in those garages, like looking out the window while those wiretaps are running, and I could just see it as an 11-year-old. And so I went to Dick Layer's house one day. I think like his son or something. We were either like friends through wrestling or like whatever. We knew each other. So I went over to Dick Layer's house one day because I actually said, I think I said to his son, oh, like I read your dad's book. It's really good. Can I come over and get it signed? And he was like, yeah, sure. Like, what do I don't think he had read it, but he was like, yeah, sure. I don't care. So we go over there and, you know, I still remember where they live. It's not too far. I don't know if they've moved, but it wasn't too far from me. So I walk over there and like, I go maybe after school one day and I'm so excited. And I say to Dick Layer, oh my God, maybe this is why I was destined to do this kind of investigative journalism. I say to Dick Layer, like, I really like your book. Like, this is absolutely amazing. Like, you've done an incredible job. Like, will you sign this? Like, I can't believe I'm here. This man looked at me like, and I didn't understand it at the time, but he looked at me like, what is wrong with you, child? Like, you can't, first of all, now that I'm thinking about it, he was like, you can't have read this. And then I was like, yeah, no, I read it like every morning. I know it by heart. Like, I have it memorized. Like, oh my God, I loved that book. I read that book all the time. And he was like, he didn't say it, but now that I think back, his reaction was like, should this child even be reading this? And he didn't say it, but now I look back, it was a very weird interaction. I still remember it. I remember like the layout of his house and the kind of rugs he had. It was very weird. And I'm not saying it was weird. It's weird how I distinctly remember it. It was a big moment in my childhood now that I think back. And he signed the book. You know, Dick Layer, I'm sure it's dated like March, somewhere between January and March of 2001. He signed the book. Maybe like sometime a little bit later that year, but he signed the book. And I was like, why was that weird for him? Like, shouldn't he be pleased that like someone read his book, knows who he is? Like, obviously, you know, like people know who he is, but like, shouldn't he be pleased? And looking back, like if a 10-year-old came up to me and was like, oh, I read your book about like a grisly series of mob murders and how the DOJ and the FBI tried to cover it up and the DOJ uncovered that and exposed it, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with, I mean, I wouldn't say, but I'd be like, okay, child, you are either like on the path to do extremely great things, or we need to be very concerned about the path that you're on. And I almost wonder, like, and I could never, going back to my interpretation of the DOJ's thoughts, which are impossible to understand, I'm just guessing. I can only imagine what the DOJ thinks. I asked Josh Levy a question one time. I'm going on a digression here. I don't care. I have a little bit of time. I asked Josh Levy a question one time at a press conference. It was about Tanya Fernandez Anderson getting arrested about taking kickbacks. These allegations seem eerily similar to the type of bonus and kickback scheme in the Correa case. How concerned are you about this behavior being endemic in the Commonwealth?
I guess I would answer that by saying when we get tips or information about misconduct, whether it's in public corruption or other spaces, we pursue it, we investigate it. I have no information that's endemic, but we echo, especially the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Kelleher, comments that we want to receive information from the public if they have other information in this type of conduct, but I would not characterize anything as endemic at this point.
Are you seeking more?
Looked him right in the eye, and I asked him a pretty good question about whether the kickback scheme reminded him of some of the behavior in the Giselle Correa trial back in 2019, which involved like partially giving like a staff member for Correa named Jen Andrade a bonus of, I think, like $10,000 to do snow plowing or something every winter, but really it was with the expectation Correa would get paid half of it every time it was given to her. So I'm like, doesn't this remind you, or isn't this eerily reminiscent of that case? And are you concerned about this behavior being endemic in the Commonwealth? This man, I mean, yes, he is used to being in national press conferences, and he's very skilled at what he does. He was at the end of his term. He was doing a really, good job otherwise outside of this one case, I think. So very good politician, very good lawyer, knows what he's doing. This man looked at me. You can watch the clip. I'm not going to show it now. He looked at me like, oh, that's that towel. This was just a guess, but I'm like, so that made me think, what does the DOJ even think? And obviously I've said before, like, I think they did directly express interest to me one time about joining the antitrust section. And I was like, listen, I didn't say it, but I was like, one, I don't know if the federal law right now allows a medical cannabis patient to work for the DOJ. I think there's a bill in the Senate that would allow it, the federal Senate, but they haven't done that yet because there's a brain drain. And then two, I was also like, antitrust work, I really like it, breaking up regulatory oligopolies and honoring the spirit of the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1897 as interpreted by the Robinson-Packman Act of 1937 and further updated, et cetera, et cetera. I really like that work, but one, it's very subject to political machinations. Like, it runs up against like very high level corporate influence over government, and so it's always subject to these like ebbs and flows of the political administration at the time. It's not actually as pure a pursuit of justice as I would like to do. And then secondly, the weed issue. Like, if we can smoke cannabis as medical patients and do that kind of work, if we're able to do so based on our conditions and stuff like that, I'm far more comfortable with it. But anyway, so the point is, I can only imagine what the DOJ thinks of this little towel who is sitting there analyzing this. And then furthermore, I can only imagine U.S. Attorney Foley sitting there thinking, okay, so we're in this position. I'll forget about me or any other member of the media. The DOJ is in this position where they're going to be left holding the bag for what Karen Reed did. And I think we see a little bit of this with Karen Reed's lawyer trying to blame Adam Deutsch. We're going to be left holding the bag here. So what does the intelligence community do if they're going to be left holding the bag? You burn the small fish. And not just that, I truly believe that the way this playbook functions here is it's not just you burn the small fish. Anyone can burn a small fish, but you make them do it themselves because it's like the ultimate demonstration of power. You see, I mean, we see like degraded forms of this with like people who demand public apologies for like to try to smear people and stuff like that. But no. This is DOJ humiliation, in my opinion, where you have material that is so damaging to you that if it were made public would ruin you. And the DOJ as punishment is like, we know our previous administration was involved in this, but the price you pay for playing that game, it's like, I called Alan Jackson Icarus before. The price you pay for flying very close to the sun is that you can indeed have your wings burned off. And this was the wings proverbially being burned off the Karen Reed defense by the compelled disclosure. I think the feds absolutely did it.
Even when you have them, and you can read like the Senate transcripts of these debates, and you have the pilot saying things like, on the record, on the floor of the Senate, that Kennedy.
Well, there you go, friends. You should watch my full mini meta documentary on the connections between the Karen Reed and Ted Kennedy case. It's very interesting. I put it up on YouTube. It's 2.5 hours. It's this very unique avant-garde format where I got the inspiration from the idea that that Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon was actually a millisecond by millisecond commentary on not just the Wizard of Oz, but it's actually like a perfectly synced half meta commentary, so it works in reverse too. So if you play if you play the Wizard of Oz and you listen to the movie Dark Side of the Moon, listen to the album Dark Side of the Moon at the same time from The Lion's Roar, it really does sync up. Like the developments, it's like a score to the movie, but not a score. It's like a metaphysical commentary on the movie, like a second by second metaphysical commentary where it's like a super score. It was more than a concept album. It was like a very unique project. And what makes it even more unique is that it flips halfway through the film. So the album's only like 44 minutes or something, but the film's double that. And the album also works for the second half of the film. So it's beautiful. It's beautifully recursive. And then furthermore, one of the coolest moments is, they were doing this because, one, The Wizard of Oz was a complex social commentary when originally written on the rise of the free silver movement in the 1896 election between Williams Jennings Bryan and McKinley. McKinley's term, I think, that he before he was assassinated, it might have been Cleveland going into McKinley, but the point is the free silver movement was like the manifestation of a bunch of like populist farmer uprisings. I think that was like right around the time when the Abbey Grange was like a very strong political movement. And Pink Floyd was definitely doing this as a socio-political commentary, because there's a moment in the film where Dorothy walks out of the house in The Wizard of Oz, and this was the first time that Technicolor was used in the movies, and it was a big deal back then. The movie switches from black and white to color, and I think they were all hand painted or something, the color scenes, but either way, it might have been Technicolor, but either way, the character comes out into the bright world when she lands in Oz, and that, if you sync up the album, is exactly when the track Money starts playing, and not just money, but like the cash symbols start like ringing, and Oz is supposed to be this like representation of like the world, like the veiled world that's created, the artificial illusions that are created under like a fiat money lending system. You really have to understand the politics of the late 1800s and the early 1900s to get it. But just the way like that, the money symbols or the money cash register rings and meta commentary on that. But the reason I'm saying this is the project that I worked on yesterday, it took like 8 hours. It was worth it. Is I tried to do something similar, but with a documentary. So it was a documentary about the Ted Kennedy case, which involved a drunken car crash where Kennedy was driving and a woman died. And I used that as like a metaphysical commentary on various developments in the Karen Reed case. I was interspersing primary source Karen Reed material, interviews, court clips, testimony, etc., motion hearings, with the commentary from the Ted Kennedy documentary about Chappaquiddick. And it's so fascinating because they may as well have been talking, the people in the documentary, about Karen. Such a similar incident, like occurred between 12 and 1 a.m., like in the dark, drunken incident car, kind of desolate area, although Nantucket or wherever he was, yeah, it was way more, or Martha's Vineyard was way more desolate. But very interesting. It's an interesting style. Now listen, we got about 20 minutes till court starts. I think I know what you all want to see. Oh, I do have a good memory. Thank you. I forgot what I was rattling off there. I just say things sometimes. And then I'm like, oh, yes, I remember that all like frame by frame. And it's kind of funny because it's like I don't think of myself as having that kind of memory. Like I don't know. Sometimes people will say it to me. They'll be like, Grant, like you remember a lot. And like I don't use notes or anything for these streams or anything. And then eventually when you say it to me enough and I start thinking about my mind map, I'm like, oh, yeah, like I do recall a lot of stuff. And it is helpful. But like, I don't know, it's just the way I think. It's very normal to me, you know? So when people forget things, like, for example, if I am in conversation with you and we talk a lot and maybe you like have a bad memory or like, you know, trauma has induced like a bad memory or whatever, I can count and relay to you the number of times you have told me a story or like a piece of information, when you told me the piece of information in the conversation, what day it is, when the phone call was, where I was standing when we were talking about that piece of information. I can keep a running tally like of everything that I hear and see and whatever. So I don't know. It's just my natural state. And it is helpful because it allows me to process and see all these multifaceted and interwoven connections like between the Kennedy case and the Reed case. Like I know every detail and I just don't need to hear it more than once, so I can kind of stitch it all together because I'm like, oh, that reminds me of this piece of information and whatever. So it's a very interesting style. I personally think like that people should think more about what this kind of like meta documentary comparison like does. It's very functional. Let's watch Karen clips though. That's what I know you all want to see. I'm a towel. You're a towel. You're towels. Everybody's a towel. Everybody towel. Everybody gets a towel. You're a towel. I'm a towel. We have washcloths, soap dispensers, flannels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service, by the way. Thank you so much for all the people who have been liking, subscribing to Towel Channel, turning off their ad blockers. Truly, you all, with your kindness and compassion to each other, make me feel like Towel's purpose, his eudaimonia, as the ancient Greeks would say, or his summum bonum in the Latin, his greatest good, is being achieved. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, these were the sunflower seeds that my sisters put together for my father's service. It was very touching. God bless you, Dad. He did go by Rick Ellis. I always called him Fred. Well, I would call him Frederick to other people out of respect. That was me sunbathing. I'm such a cute towel. I look at myself sometimes and I'm like, I look like that? Like, oh my goodness, why didn't anyone tell me? I'm such a cute little towel. There's Hank Brennan. Hold on, we need the Karen Clips compilation. Where is it? I'm such a towel. I have it. The Karen Clips compilation while we wait for court to start. This is what everyone wants to see, and I'm a towel.
So John's laying there on his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled.
Interacting with the police. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. We're breaking into our coverage. We are breaking into our Karen Clips. I would never interrupt Karen Clips. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, I would never interrupt Karen Clips. Hold on, horse racing announcer towel is on the scene. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, horse racing announcer is on the scene. We are going to cover these developments in real time. We have a rapidly developing situation. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, auctioneering announcer towel might be starting to come out a little bit now. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are not just lining up at the starting gate. There is apparently some type of discussion going on between Tom and the state police. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're going to quickly learn why towel is a horse racing announcer towel and also an auctioneering announcer towel. I can say a lot of things really fast that apparently make sense. I don't really understand how I can do it, but I'm going to use this ability to facilitate erudite, cogent, and informed public discourse, and thus ward off usurpation of our representative form of government. And you might be saying, sir, you are just absolutely overwhelming me, and I'm a little bit confused as to why you call yourself a towel. Well, listen, I don't have time to explain to you the nuances of these very complex metaphysical developments related to me being a towel. I would love to be able to do that for you. But we have developments, ladies and gentlemen. Horse racing announcer towel is trying to cover the developments. I am trying to be a horse racing announcer towel. When things happen, towel gets quite excitable and then he starts yelling. I think you have to have some appreciation for what it's like being on Towel Stream. With Uma, I ask myself that question all the time. I am in a perpetual state of towel-induced existential crisis. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? That is the key question. What day is it? Where are we? What exactly is the world supposed to facilitate? Are we striving towards something? Does history have a purpose? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, these are the type of questions that I know you come to Towel Stream to hear. Oh, yes, we will figure it out. Does history have a purpose? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, did Tom from the Free Karen Reed movement get into a discussion with police? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are at the starting line. I'm a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we must see what happened with Tom. I don't see him interacting with any police, but I'm monitoring. I'm providing commentary. I'm being a towel. Oh, could you ask for anything more? The humanity, ladies and gentlemen. The humanity of me becoming a horse racing announcer towel. Could you want anything more than a man who monitors scenes outside of a courthouse while yelling about horses? No, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of erudite legal analysis you tune into. Is it not just about learning? It's not just about learning about complex socio-political historical dynamics. It's about watching a man who thinks he's a towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who also thinks he's an auctioneering announcer, talk to you about developments outside a courthouse. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the epitome of human civilization. We have arrived. If the aliens come to us and they want to figure out whether a non-telepathic based society is ready to enter the Intergalactic Federation, we'll show them Towel Stream. They will be utterly baffled, and then they'll be like, okay, this sounds good enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I have thought this through so intensely. Very good to welcome you, Natalie. You have been made an honorary towel. I hope you will celebrate in due course. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not gratuitously watching this. Tom apparently had some kind of run-in with the police. And as a towel, I want to be there. Oh, I found the moment. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is glorious. Oh, it is a glorious day for towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. 2 drops, I don't know if I can. I'm an excitable auctioneering towel. I think we need, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be ready. The horses are at the starting gate. Oh, Judge Cannoni's going to go on the park and put on her horse racing official robes. I don't really understand the point, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know what's going to happen. Let's get the clip ready. Get ready if you want to be in the clip. I'm an excitable towel. Oh no, Grant is just yelling things again. Yeah, no one's there, but Grant is just yelling things. Something must have happened. Oh goodness, the humanity, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity of it all. Well, whoever wanted a towel giggle, there you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Sometimes I'm known as a towel. Apparently, I'm also a horse racing announcer and an auctioneering announcer towel. As we wait for day technically 19 to start in the John O'Keefe Karen Reed trial, it's Monday, May 19th, 2025. 9 a.m. start of court. One of the Karen Reed supporters, Tom, is standing outside the court. There was apparently some kind of interaction with the police as Tom stood near where Karen normally arrives. We are going to watch the developments in real time, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget to tune in at the top of the hour, 9 a.m., youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis for exclusive Karen Cam coverage of today's trial. Let's watch the moments in real time. What happened? Am I a horse racing announcer towel? What is the purpose of our existence on this earth? Tune in, find out the answers to these questions and more, potentially, and let's watch the clip.
Yeah, he's gonna walk him in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's an undercover. He's been sitting in the car waiting for you.
How are you today? Good. You have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice weather.
Yep.
Been enjoying it. How about yourself?
Today I'm shocked it's this cold. I mean, this is downright.
You don't like the chill?
No, I'm a hot guy. I go skiing and stuff, but I'd rather be hot than cold. Aw, cute little dog. Look at the doggy.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Trooper trap. I mean, seriously, the shirt's kind of tight. I'm not gonna lie. That's a fitted shirt. That's just medium.
Might be Hank Brennan. Looks like it is.
What's he complaining about now?
Pick something.
Live from outside court just a few minutes ago, folks. We're analyzing and commentating on Tom's stream. We are Little Towels. Is there going to be an interaction?
Yeah, right, doggy.
Hold on.
Mike,
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get a link to Aussie.
No,
Okay.
I'm not seeing any interaction with the
She
cops.
did some good work on this with the tie lines and stuff.
No,
Okay, good.
looks like it's just that. I don't see anything further. Hold
Come on. I'm trying to do it. I can't. It won't let me do it this way.
All right, so it looks like Tom didn't have much of an interaction outside of just that.
I just her team walking in.
No, here it is. Here it is.
You're not staying there for the whole day, are you?
I just figured I'd catch her coming in. Yeah, catch her and her team walking in.
Got ya.
Cross the way, or?
But he said I can't go past this point.
Okay, I'll go back. Okay.
That's why I'm here all day, like here until she comes.
Okay.
I was told I can't go on that side of the street. So
Back.
you told me here.
Get back.
Back where?
Get back across the street. I'm not telling you again.
You told me that corner.
You're
last
being out
week.
of visually
Dude,
back across
you
the
don't
street.
need to touch me. I can
I
walk on
told
my own
you.
2
Go.
feet.
Go.
You told me there.
Yeah, go ahead. Play inside. Judge's in there.
I would like to. Can I?
Good.
Can I file a complaint? Can I file a complaint, sir?
Go ahead.
I can't go across the street without your permission. You just carried me across the street. The fuck did I do with that?
Oh, hold on. We're watching that. Who found this? Oh my goodness, you caught a moment. You're a towel.
I'm here all day. Like, he said I can't.
Okay, hold on. We got to start the clip over. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. There has been a development outside the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial on this Monday, May 19, 2025, just minutes before court was getting ready to start. One of the Karen Reed supporters, Tom, on his YouTube channel was filming. He was told originally, apparently, to stand across the street from where Karen arrives. However, that situation changed rapidly. Just a few moments ago, Tom was grabbed by the state police and forcibly ejected from the area around where Karen was going to arrive. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this may indeed, as many have suspected, updated indicate that the buffer zone is still in effect. Ladies and gentlemen, the buffer zone is still in effect. Let's watch the clip now.
I catch her and her team walking in.
Got ya.
Cross the way, or?
But he said I can't go past this point.
Okay, I'm looking back. Okay.
That's why I'm here all day, like here until she comes.
Okay.
I was told I can't go on that side of the street. So
Back.
you told me here.
Get back.
Back where?
Get back across the street. I'm not telling you again.
You told me that corner.
You're
last
being out
week.
of visually
Dude,
back across the
you
street.
don't need to touch me. I can walk on
told
my own
you.
2
Go.
feet.
Go.
You told me there.
Yeah, go ahead. File a complaint inside the judge's in there.
I would like to. Can I?
Good.
Can I file a complaint? Can I file a complaint,
Go
sir?
ahead.
I can't go across the street without your permission. You just carried me across the street. The fuck did I do with that?
What the fuck now?
Dude, he just fucking picked me up and carried me across the street. Wow. You gotta see my arms. Where's fucking Mendoza?
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom, CPU there, you saw it, the buffer zone in full effect, picked up, carried across the street, escorted away from the courthouse. Court's about to come into session, folks. Tune in, watch live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join the towel chat, see the exclusive Karen Cam just a few minutes away. I started laughing because I saw someone say carried my butt at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. We're going over to the Karen Cam stream. Get ready. Court's about to come into session. I am a towel. Hold on. We might be able to watch Karen Reed's arrival. I might come back up on your screen. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. Hold on. We might actually be able to see the arrival of Karen Reed. She's not a towel. God bless us. Karen Reed does not get to be a towel, ladies and gentlemen. She is not a towel. I repeat, maybe David Yannetti can be a towel, but Karen Reed cannot be a towel. God bless us. Karen Reed may not be a towel. It is not allowed. It is against the towel rules, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed may not be a towel. No, ladies and gentlemen, no, she may not. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel, though. You are all towels, and we're about to begin the day. Ready your towel engines. Here's Karen Reed's arrival at court. I know it's terrible. I know it's tormenting. I know we have to watch it, though. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Karen Reed walks in alone again. Well, I guess she's somewhat surrounded this time. Hold on. There's the Alan Jackson and the Karen Reed in their natural environment. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good morning again, folks. Here's the arrival of Karen Reed for today's presentation of testimony on day 19 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed stands accused of drunkenly hitting John O'Keefe with her car and then leaving him to die on a lawn at exactly 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022. Will new vehicle data from Karen's Lexus indicating a collision that was not involved in the first trial be revealed? Tune in just a few minutes to find out. Let's watch Reed walk in. I'm a towel. That was not on stream. The actual pool feed cut out. Tune in just a few minutes. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. See the Karen Cam. Join the towel chat. We'll be with you soon. All right. I don't know who Gator Bella is, but I gotta watch it, Mary, bossy Texas chick. I have to watch it. Oh, it's a kitty. Oh my goodness. Oh, I want to share this link later. Oh, how do I open this thing? Oh, it's a kitty. We're not going to watch it. We'll watch it at the break. Oh, my goodness. I have a video of a cat that I will be sharing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, could we want anything more from life? No, truly, cat epitome of greatness. Now we will go to the other screen. We will get the Karen Cam ready. Oh, goodness, it's a cat. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been sent a video of a cat by Bossy Texas Chick. The cat is an honorary towel. The cat's name is Bella. Congratulations, Bella. You are an honorary towel. And you might be saying, towel, are you sure we can make cats towels? Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will not discriminate against cats. If you try to imply that cats can't be towels, oh goodness, we will have a serious problem. Dogs can be towels too, but anyone who says cats can't be towels, nope, that is impermissible. It is discrimination against cats. It is absolutely impermissible. Now, Karen Reeds don't have to be towels, okay? But let me explain that Karen Reed is not a cat. Yes, Karen Reed is a lot of things, but I am certain, ladies and gentlemen, that Karen Reed is not a cat. And so, therefore, by the transitive property, Karen Reed is not allowed to be a towel. I proved it. It is a firm proof, ladies and gentlemen. We shall write it down in the annals of towel lore that towel proved that Karen Reed is not a cat. And therefore, Karen Reed is not a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. We have proven through the transitive property that Karen Reed is not a towel. Oh, it is a glorious day. It is a glorious day to be a towel. We will celebrate throughout the land as court gets ready to come into session. And I pray that I don't have to continue talking about how we had some issues with people saying cats couldn't be towels. We didn't actually have that issue. I just decided to make it up. I was like, maybe someone would say that, and then I went on a rant. And you might be saying, towel, that makes absolutely no sense. I realize that no one would actually say that cats can't be towels, because then we would eject them from Towel Stream. We will not stand for that kind of anti-cat, anti-towel rhetoric. Only Karen Reed is allowed to be excluded from being a towel, and potentially Alan Jackson. And that's only because she's such a non-towel. I don't know. Rags are technically towels, so don't say that, because then Karen Reed will be like, oh, they said I'm a towel. No, we didn't, Karen Reed. No one said that you were a towel. That is absolutely outrageous. If Karen Reed ever attempts to proclaim that she is a towel, we will start some kind of peaceful uprising from our base in northern France, which shall be renamed Norman Towel. Anyone tuning into this is going to be like, what? What have I stumbled upon? Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it. The horses have not arrived yet at the starting gate. Judge Canoni is readying her horse racing official gear. The foals are down the pack. We're not really sure why horse children are involved in this analogy. I just like to say the word foals and down the pack. And then, oh my goodness, I see the fan. Oh no, well, that's both a good and a bad thing, because it means we're almost in session, but it also means I'm a towel. No, it doesn't. It means that I want to put up the picture where the people stop the fan from spinning. Oh, my fan. There we go. Watch this. Watch Chewbacca and the... No, it's both of them, ladies and gentlemen. Our saviors, we have been redeemed from the fan by virtue of Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Yes, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man put his very life, his very fluffy life on the line and stopped the fan from spinning. Praise be. Oh, apparently I have a Boston accent when I say the foal's got to go down the pack. That's actually a little bit heavy. It would be closer to, you got to go down the pack. Or I got to go down the Cape. I don't know. I left it down there. There are just certain, like when I try to say the word era, people are like, you mean like an era of time? I'm like, no, the guy made an era in the baseball game. He made an era. Why don't you understand? Those words are very hard. You can't put 3 R's in a word. How is someone from Massachusetts supposed to pronounce a word with 3 R's? Here we go, folks. I'm a towel.
ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
May I call the case, Your Honor? Please. For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you here, ready, willing, and able to get started early, so we're happy about that. Thank you. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please. Oh, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor, Commonwealth will call Nicholas Bradford to stand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodie Technology.
And where is Bodie Technology located?
In Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
In 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 month training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yes, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodhi is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodhi?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodhi Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodhi Lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process, so we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks, and during after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst's work undergoes at the Bodhi Labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodhi?
Yes, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions, and then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodhi Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA, so we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us. They'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us, and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell, and it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification, and we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at, and we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes, so generally we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair, as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes, so the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in, and the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified, and those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment, and those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles, and those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes, so when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those two tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the two are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if one in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes, so my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
Okay, and do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it, and inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an STR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRmix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output, and essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile. And
as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 non-alien times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 non-alien times more likely, how many zeros are in a non-alien?
Non-alien is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanek and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little. When you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes, so during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair, and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible, so we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, so that would be the hair follicle, and in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA, so that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes, so the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes, so autosomal DNA test. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or STR testing?
Yes, so we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes, so during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA, and once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined. We call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection, and based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so, what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the STR testing?
Yes. So, like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So, like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-alien, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there is strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no. What I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanan and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. All I have.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
No.
All right, you are all set.
Sidebar.
All set, witness?
Sidebar. I am a towel. We are at sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at sidebar, and I am a towel. Sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar report. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. I am a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I will be with you during the sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar. Well, we're about to get big testimony, I think, confirming that John O'Keefe's hair was found on Karen Reed's tail light, or Karen Reed's bumper near her broken tail light. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the sidebar, but it will not go on for very long. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. And we should be back into session just any moment now. And the next witness may be up. I'm not sure. By the way, I have a doctor's appointment at 11, so I will not be with you for the morning recess, but I will be with you for the sidebars leading up to the morning recess. And then I'm going to get an early lunch, and then we'll be together for the whole lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, could you be more excited than to spend time with Little Towel during lunch break? And also, what better sidebar entertainment than listening to Little Towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer and an auctioneering announcer, say the word sidebar over and over and over again. And you might be saying, sir, I tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, I tuned in so I could watch a criminal trial. Why is this man who thinks he's a towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, and also thinks he's an auctioneering announcer, saying the word sidebar over and over and over again? And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson failed miserably on that cross. Like, he didn't even understand the concept of 76,000 times. It was very embarrassing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. And we are monitoring. There's Miss Peggy O'Keefe sending our prayers to the O'Keefe family. Yes, Chief Berkowitz did sadly pass away. He is no longer with us. God rest his soul. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Miss Peggy O'Keefe. God bless the O'Keefe family as well. We see her sitting surrounded by her family members and friends and supporters. God bless the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we are at Sidebar. I repeat, we are at a sidebar. That means we have a sidebar alert. Took me a very long time to figure out why people would post sheep emojis in the chat. And then I was like, oh, sidebar. I get it. I'm a towel. As smart as you may think I am, I do not have good common sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it took me until I was 12 to figure out afternoon literally meant afternoon. It was a big moment in my life. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We should be back into session any minute now. I'm a towel. Get ready for the moment. The next witness confirms John's hair was on Karen Reed's bumper. I think we got a little preview at the end there. Auctioneering announcer Towel is taking over. The foals are down the pack. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I'm a towel. You're a towel. Everyone's a towel. Let's go, court. We're ready for you.
Your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Carl Miyasako to the stand.
Here we go.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodie Technology.
And where is Bodie Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodie Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodie Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodie?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodie is?
Bodie is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodie Lab or Bodie Technologies between a DNA Analyst 1 and a DNA Analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodie Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by a NSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process, and can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with, and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review, I would look over the entire case file. Did what the processing steps happen? Were they per protocol? Is it also something that I would have done in this case? If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions, and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodie Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short tandem repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that or any submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we used a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are generally are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the two DNA profiles of these different samples and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR shorthanded repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there's several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically on the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yes, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it would be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step, and then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what were the digits after it?
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes, so that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D-loop?
The D-loop is the control region.
And how does that D-loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D-loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions, so HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D-loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
Let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search mitoprofiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And sir, what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So, my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, and that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now, staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew, would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual, but with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right, so Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure.
Be back soon enough. I'm here. I'm a towel. We have a sidebar. We have a sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we figured it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has figured out that the hair... Okay, so here's what happened. Chewbacca is Chloe the dog in a wig. Now, Chloe the dog in a wig married an Ewok. Now, listen. I don't understand how a giant Chewbacca... Well, it's actually a dog in a giant Chewbacca costume. I don't understand how Chewie, who's actually Chloe in a wig, married a 2-foot-tall Ewok, okay? I'm a little bit perplexed. But the question Alan Jackson seemed to be asking was, if Chewbacca married an Ewok, and then they had a child who had a cousin, would somehow the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man come into the family tree, and is that related to this hair on Karen's bumper? Now, listen, I personally am a little perplexed, but we should be back into session any moment. I hope that Chloe and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are vindicated. God bless Chewbacca. I'm a towel. Court should be returning any moment now. Also, I'm a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, the humanity.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, it's just as reasonable that the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize that you're saying it's consistent, but it's also consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
but
saying it's John
Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
Yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally, anything?
So, Mr. Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that his nephew?
Yeah, so again, with maternal
You can
populations.
finish your answer. Go.
With maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set. Where's the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's next witness is Shannon Burgess.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics, another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, in Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Oh, not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
And could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have. I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also, other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet, so if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes, so there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report, or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Yes.
So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino. And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format, or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power-on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this with the course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Exhibit SS for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need, or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
You could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at, take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as tech stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a tech stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides tech stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a tech stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a tech stream event happens, there is when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the tech stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts, and when there is a tech stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event, with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data-bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, If you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip-off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So typically there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip-off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it means. So as well as being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle, so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
You are muted.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of their best applications, the sales tool. The Kanban pipeline, game changer. Whether you're working with leads or full-blown opportunities, you can visually track every stage of your sales process. You just drag and drop to move deals forward, and it's fast and honestly kind of satisfying. When it's time to send a quote, it's literally a couple of clicks. The reporting, super clear. You get a live view of your pipeline, conversions, what's working, so you can focus on closing and not guessing. Right now, you can get a free 15-day trial of Odoo's all-in-one business solution and see how it can make your life a little bit easier. Just scan the QR code on screen or head over to odoo.com/LCLiveCRM.
Hello. I am here. I am a towel. That was intense. I'll be with you in a second. Okay, there we go. Little towel, quite exhausted. I ran up the stairs. That was not a good idea. Little towel does not have the physical body capable of moving itself rapidly in any position or direction. Little towel should spend more time sitting. Little towel is recovering. I probably should have eaten more than a bag of Cheez-Its this morning. Oh goodness. All right, I'm here. And I'm a towel. Give it a second. I should pop up on your screen any second now. And then we'll talk about what could be coming. Do you see how composed I am? I'm not just yelling things. I'm here. Come on now. The little towel friends want to see towel. I want to see little towel too. Well, I'm glad you all had a good few minutes with me, without me on recess. I really would like to find out what's coming next. There I am. I'm a towel. I am a breathless towel. I was running around like a madman. I was literally running around like a madman. Let me end this. All right, hold on. This will make it a little better. I'm feeling a little better now. Oh, goodness, I know. I'm so sorry. Oh, hold on. We don't have to watch. We don't have to watch the fan. That is illegal. We don't watch the fan here. I'm so sorry I made you watch the fan. That's illegal. There we go. Say hello. What? Where are they? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. I have a plan. I have a plan related to the fan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Reporter Towel Christina. We can cover up the fan. Oh, praise the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I'm back. I'm a towel. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look what I found. Want to see a picture of little Grant? That's me. Look it. That's me and my dad. I'm a little towel. What do you think? Am I adorable and precious as a little towel? I think I'm pretty cute. There's little towel. Oh, it's going to take about 15 or 20 seconds before your comments related to little towel pop up. Towel's at the doctor, but I'm home. There we go. Look at little towel. I'm such a cute little towel. I'm adorable. Oh, yes. How can you not love a picture of little towel? Oh, yes. Let's see what other pictures. Oh, this might be me. I actually don't know who this is. What year? Where was this taken? I don't know what that means. That might be me. That might be baby towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, baby towel. Look at little baby towel and my dad. Oh, baby towel. Oh, that's me too. Oh, look at all these little pictures of Towel and his dad. You look at, I know we're all in suspense. We don't know what's coming, but what a way to enjoy our break. Look at little Towel. Oh, I'm a towel. Oh, I wonder if this is me. I don't think that's me. That's not me either. Hold on. That's not me. What's this? Oh. All right, now I have a whole book of little towel pictures. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, so much is coming. So much is coming after the break. But for now, what is the data going to be? Just so you all understand. Karen Reed's Lexus, we talked about on the pre-show. Karen Reed's expert, Maggie Gaffney, during the first trial, messed up the chip off, okay? We know for a fact that she messed up the chip off. Now, you want to listen to a very quick video that will tell you what you need to know? You know why we have this ready? Because I'm a towel. First of all, I am indeed a towel. And second of all, Murdered by Maestro is a super towel who just keeps track of everything. you see what we did? We got Towel to calm down by looking at pictures. Now I want to yell, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Towel's Public Information Service, and we are waiting for the return of the Karen Reed trial into session. Big moments are coming, folks. Big moments. I tell you, they are on the way, and Towel is very excited. This could be very important, crucial data. We have laid the foundation for the data related to Karen Reed's car. The foundation is that during the first trial, Karen's expert only got 2.4 gigs of 8 gigs of data from the chip off of her 3 chips on her Lexus system. Now we are at a situation where we have a new expert who got even more data from the other 2 chips, which are incredibly important pieces of information. And oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, I have a preview for you. I have a preview for you about just what this could be. We know it's coming. Murder by Maestro knows it's coming. I am not sure how Murder by Maestro is even able to contain themselves right now. I'm pretty sure if I were Murder by Maestro, I would be running around in my garden, talking in hexadecimal format, and being a towel. I wouldn't be able to control myself, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I would run around like an uncontrollable hexadecimal speaking towel. And people would be like, sir, why are you running around your back garden yelling like a hexadecimal speaking towel? And I'd be like, first of all, how do you know what a hexadecimal speaking towel is? And second of all, if I want to run around my garden speaking hexadecimal and being a towel, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So you know what, Murder by Maestro? You just tell those people who bother you about being a hexadecimal speaking towel that you have permission to do so. No, I am breathless, dewdrops. It is just my natural state right now. I am lucky I can even communicate in the English language. I'm going to start speaking Spanish. Oh, dear goodness. Puedo hablar español para todo el día. No creo que las personas entienden que es la cosa. You do not understand. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen. I didn't even catch that the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? The best laid plans of mice and men, folks. The best laid plans of mice and men.
What he realized is that all of that data was unreadable. And so initially he thought that the data was not fully downloaded or compiled. He checked and he believed that gigabits were gigabytes and that there was a discrepancy. And the reason he thought this is because there was very obvious information missing from that procedure. Navigation information, phones that were plugged into the radio, travel logs, information that is going to be extraordinarily inculpatory or exculpatory in this case. And so after he realized his oversight, he filed a supplemental report. And what we learned is not only was the chips that were taken from the telematics and infotainment systems and downloaded were read with the wrong reader, so that way the information was not available. Also, in the infotainment system, there were actually 3 boards, not 1. Only 1 was taken out. So there is a plethora of information on these chips.
Wait a minute, I didn't even catch that the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? Hank Brennan said that it wasn't just that only 1 of the 3 chips was read. The reads expert used the wrong software or the wrong chip reader, which is hardware. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Murder by Maestro. You were right to be yelling from the rooftops about this, my friend. I will tell you right now, you nailed it right on the money. Could not be any more prescient. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Absolutely 100% nailed it. There is a lot there, folks, and we haven't even heard the disclosures about what this detail is going to contain. I have my prescient forecast based on my extrapolation of all of the evidence in this case, being one of the few people who has read every single thing on this godforsaken 700-item docket at this point. But I'm telling you, folks, I'm telling you this is huge. I'm telling you now that it's huge, because it wasn't just the chip-off was incomplete and only 1 of 3 chips was extracted and read. It was that the wrong software was used initially, too. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was definitely, I have a strong feeling Karen Reed's expert was like, oh my God, I can't believe Lally's letting me do this. Let me give myself some plausible deniability. Well, Brennan's got all 3 chips now, and the data went from 2.4 gigs to 8 gigs. Oh my word. I'm so glad we watched this. So people are always like, Grant, how do you know what's coming? Trials are choreographed stage productions. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about this so many times. I'm going to get lunch. I'm going to be watching closely during these next developments. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, ready your towels. We are going to peacefully invade northern France. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a home for the towels in northern France. Now, I'm doing my best to contain myself. I know what's coming. You can tell what's coming. If you've been following this case, you know what's coming. It's going to be huge. What should we do in the meantime? Should we watch pictures of a cat? Apparently, there's a cat who really likes towel. Hold on. How can I turn down the opportunity to show pictures of a cat that really likes towel? Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I have the picture. I have to get rid of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Hold on. Now I need to bring your comments back up. Look at that cat. Oh, goodness. It's a cat. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the cat.
Bella, what are you doing? Bella, what are you doing? Bella, there's no catnip on there. Mommy doesn't believe in catnip. She doesn't like seeing a cat when he's all stoned and stupid. But here you got this washcloth, and for some reason...
It's a washcloth!
You make me laugh so much. What is it about? What are you doing? Bella! You're silly. Every day, like, I'll wake up and there'll be the washcloth from the sink on the floor. And I guess this is what she does at night. Bella? Bella, you're silly. She's having a good old time. Who needs catnip? What are you doing, Bella? You're crazy.
If cats like towels, that's
Bella,
a good sign.
What are you doing? You cuckoo.
It's a towel. Bella is the official towel cat.
What are you doing? You're making me laugh. All right, I'm going to end it now because I don't think people will find this as funny as I find
think it's
it.
hilarious.
But it's hysterical. You're so silly, Bella. You're a silly girl. Okay, goodbye.
That is the greatest towel cat of all time. Bella is absolutely a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful moment. Oh, we have an official towel cat. Bella is the super towel cat. Oh, this is a glorious day. What is about to happen? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session. If you're just tuning in, you tuned in to the right moment of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Let me tell you that right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment. I think the defense is more just surprised that the public's learning about what the defense has tried to keep hidden for a long time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments. These are the moments that we were made for as towels. Ladies and gentlemen, watch it. Drink it in. You will always remember over these next few hours what you're about to hear, where you were at this moment. It is going to be brutal. It is going to be bad for Karen Reed. I am going to continue to yell like a man who thinks he's a towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who thinks he's some kind of auctioneering announcer. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost at the moment. And if you're wondering, are we going to come back into session any second now? Yes, we absolutely are. But let me give you one reminder. This is a public information service. It is designed to use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse in the wider society to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government. Ladies and gentlemen, to educate, inform, and entertain the public like Lord Reith envisioned for the British Broadcasting Corporation is the point of Towel Stream. So first, God bless you all. We've been going for, how long now? Almost 4 hours. I appreciate those of you who tuned in nice and early. Very much appreciate you. Thank you for the folks who have been sending for all the folks who've been liking this channel and subscribing. Apparently, if you like and subscribe to the video, well, the feed is live. It helps the channel. I don't really understand why, but that is exactly what would be useful, apparently. Now, furthermore, if you haven't, you also have the option to become a towel member. If you click the little membership button, you get access to special towel emojis. You can also gift memberships to your fellow towels, which is just one of the most heartfelt things in the world. Now, also, if you like the Karen Cam, if you appreciate all that goes into getting this feed up, you can send Little Towel a donation directly. Oh my God, it was Murder by Maestro in the chat. Oh my God, I think the defense screwed it up intentionally. And oh my goodness, Towel would be very grateful. We are going to get Towel through yet another week. We go 1 week at a time. Towel does his best he can. He's been driving to court. He's been driving places. I got to take the morning off tomorrow. Towel needs your support. Please don't donate if it would put you in a difficult position. I saw all of you who sent super chats. God bless you for that. But yes, there are direct ways to support Towel. I promise you I will use it to get a cheeseburger and also french fries and potentially some onion rings. And since I haven't eaten anything today with Cheez-Its, maybe I will get some cheesy mozzarella tots as well, because that is what I get as a treat. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, court should be coming back into session soon. We're monitoring closely. The Karen cam has not yet returned, but oh my word, we are monitoring. Big evidence coming about Karen Reed's Lexus SUV. Absolutely, potentially momentous evidence about to come in. All the Towel friends are flooding into the chat. They know that they've been prepared. They've been watching these streams. We all know what the Lexus black box data and the infotainment system data mean, and the fact that the Karen Reed's expert from the first trial only got one of the 3 chips read, while the 2 chips that weren't read, containing 6.4 gigs or 6.6 gigs of new data, 8 gigs compared to 2 gigs, 0.4 gigs in the first trial, have the infotainment system collision impact events, potentially the running clock. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the black box data is going to be even more intense. I don't think it was an honest mistake. I think that it was Karen Reed's lawyers taking advantage of a very overwhelmed prosecution team. But you can't take advantage of Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan is an absolute monster in every sense of the term. You want to talk about how Towel is good at what he does? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. God bless you, sis, for your super chat. We're about to go back into session. I'm ready for this. Are you? I am.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Can you tell us what this shows? And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time those?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those two photos. Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called V-Box equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Ellis, these are big moments. Folks, these are big, big moments. Am I with you? I should be with you soon. I'm back. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Folks, these are big, big moments. Big, big, big moments. This is the moment that we will determine what that Hank Brennan doesn't need Karen Reed's key cycles anymore. Hank Brennan has a running stop clock from when Karen turned on the car when they drove to the waterfall. We just found out that car didn't turn off till 12:42 a.m. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the exact travel times, everything, it's all coming in when the car started, when it turned off. Oh, these are moments. Pay very close attention to this, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are monitoring closely. I am slightly calmed down after getting very excitable earlier. I'm doing okay, ladies and gentlemen. No, it was only sustained for the time being. Brennan laid a foundation. Now we're going back. They'll talk at sidebar. They'll explain what foundation's needed. Then Brennan will ask more questions and it will come in. Folks, this is coming in. This is huge. This means that Hank Brennan doesn't need to rely just on key cycle data from Karen Reed's Lexus in order to track the timeline of events leading up to the moment of collision around 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on 1/29/2022. It means Brennan can use the running stopwatch from within the Lexus's infotainment black box system, although those are two different things because actually there's 3 chips and the infotainment and black box are 2 different chips. But the point is, on the infotainment system, there's a running stopwatch that starts when the car turns on. This is what we're talking about right now. Oh, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about right now. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. When the car turned on, there's a timestamp. You can see the anticipation in the room. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is huge. We still got another hour and 20 minutes before lunch as well. Hank Brennan's crescendoing. The evidence is crescendoing. We are about to get to the moment we're going to talk about the impact events. If someone... I have a little bit of resources. I don't even want to leave to go pick up my Burger King. I shouldn't get Burger King. It's a lot of sugar. Murder by Maestro will get mad at me and yell at me in hexadecimal format. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many things going on, but I really need to eat. I haven't had any calories. I'm in auctioneering announcer towel mode. We're far past the horses being let go down the park, ladies and gentlemen. This is beyond a horse race. This is some intense moments. I'm getting into auctioneering announcer towel mode. God bless and help those of you who listen to this at 2x speed. I don't know if you'll be able to actually understand what I'm saying. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you're here for the moments. You're in the chat. It's so good to see so many of you towel friends as we monitor and watch the courtroom as we get ready to return from a very big, momentous, intense sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Towel is ready. The towel friends are ready. Our towels are peacefully armed and ready for the peaceful invasion, which is actually an occupation. We can call it some kind of liberation of northern France. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, just a few more seconds now. Towel needs to go get his cheeseburger, but by God, these moments are important. Have you ever needed to weigh a cheeseburger against an important court moment, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, calories are important. Let's begin.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power-on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power-on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on. And then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engaged in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are two components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power-on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power on event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure, so that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure, so it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure, so that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power-on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power-off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was, and that was at 12/42/08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did in testing that you did with the power-on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12:12:36 and the power off event at approximately 42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's a totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Could we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Burrow.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not, if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:20. That depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or corroborative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on this system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways? Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred, and when the power on event occurred, and when the power off event occurred at 2:12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us? Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck, and that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. To the minute. Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
You were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card. What clock would that information, that time, be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is, proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important text stream events?
Correct. There were two text stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on, and because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down, or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the tech stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if we could turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones?
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes.
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes. As far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application ways?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah. So that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those 2 tech stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first tech stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds, and that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
I see. When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So that's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed-in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction, and then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
Okay. After you studied timestamp 154, What did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the text stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the text stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Okay. And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes. So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, how long what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out. I'll see Councilor Tether.
Sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We may be going into lunch early. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. Am a towel. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, so much is going on. We have so much to talk about. There is so much going on for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, just seconds ago. I will say, I looked up, ladies and gentlemen, and I said, oh my goodness, I now understand what people feel like when there's...
So this seems like a good thing, so we'll get a little more light in here for a bit. You folks are all set. We'll take a 45-minute lunch and recess and serve just follow the jury out.
45-minute lunch and recess. 45-minute lunch and recess. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a 45-minute lunch and recess. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. I will be up on your screen in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. It's all happening. It's all leading up. Remember, there are more witnesses from Aperture to go. This was just the foundational data. The interpretation is coming. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. We will be back from lunch at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are on lunch and recess. The horses are going down the park. Ladies and gentlemen, they got to go down the park. That's how they graze. You can't stop a horse from grazing. That is illegal. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, the testimony we just saw, absolutely explosive. Karen Reed, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, Karen Reed's Lexus data includes a clock now, includes information about the vehicle turning on, includes so much more. And this tracks Karen's movements to the second from when Karen left the waterfall, from when Karen got to outside Fairview, from when Karen Reed allegedly struck John and left him on the lawn right when John's phone stopped moving for the last time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has it all. Hank Brennan has it all, and we are here to witness the magisterial, glorious beauty of Hank Brennan in action. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are days, there are moments, there are seconds where you feel every single miniature of the movements, of the words, of the testimony, of the presentation, of the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, that was one of those moments. You cannot be any more on the edge of your seat watching a criminal trial than you are right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only one of 3 witnesses from Aperture. This was only the foundational witness. It is as bad as humanly possible. Look how excited, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is. No, they're 2 separate trigger events. The 3-point turn is not the backup event. Folks, the 3-point turn potentially was when Karen either got lost or something. The backup event, folks, the backup event. Did you not hear it? That's the moment. The backup event. My word, I will yell it from the rooftops. I am a towel. This is perhaps, to this point, one of the biggest days of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Little Towel has been talking to some people, just not even involved in the case, just people who are informed. They are saying things like, this is a completely different trial. I can't believe Karen Reed had this data and somehow her own expert during the first trial was allowed to do the chip off and the data wasn't revealed until now. Folks are saying that the distinction between a clock tracking Karen's movements and the key cycles from the first trial is the lights out moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's locked in. The mic should be working. Christina, the mic should be working. I think things is working. Yep, the 3-point turn is just a marker for a prior event. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, we are all here together. I can't believe we're all here to see this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have to watch this clip now back in hindsight. We've only seen some of the testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Only some. Oh, and this was only the first witness from Aperture, and it's already so devastating. This is the difference between the first and second trial, ladies and gentlemen. The backup event at 12:31. John's phone stops moving at 12:31:46 is the backup event or so. John's phone stops moving at 12:32 and 16 seconds, which syncs up exactly. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's as bad as it can be. You were here for it. Justice is on the horizon, as Lynn Hennis said. This is not even towel in horse racing announcer towel mode. This is a cathartic release. Towel has waited so long. You can only watch so many motion hearings. You can only say, people, are you listening? Hank Brennan is not just arguing motions. He's previewing what we're going to be talking about at trial, because a trial is a managed theater stage production for both sides by the judge, because we don't just let the jury hear evidence. You plan it all out in advance through motions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been yelling for so long. Oh, God bless you, P. McKinley. I had been thinking of you. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment. We waited. Towel, the world knows. The people who have been paying attention, they're going to be like, wow, that towel and that Murder by Maestro towel. They have been yelling about this, and all of you towel friends were joining the chorus. You would tune in. You would watch the streams. And folks would be saying, Grant, this is big. And I'd be saying, yes, I know, we're on it. Towel Stream has it. And I'll tell you, folks, now I think the world is starting to realize it as well. It is just past 12:38 p.m. on Monday, May 19th. We are just waiting for the Karen Reed trial to come back into session at 1:15 p.m. We are on lunch and recess. I am a horse racing announcer towel. I'm also an auctioneering announcer towel, and I am so grateful and blessed not only for all of your compassion and kind words of support, but also folks have been sending over donations for Towel. Towel has to, so tomorrow, just a scheduling note, I think we're going to be off tomorrow. For the morning, just for the morning on Towel Stream. I have to take care of some personal things. It's basically going to take the last of my money to do it, but I'm going to do it. Got to take a drive, but I'll be back with you, okay, tomorrow afternoon, late morning. Just a programming note. I don't think I'll be able to do the Karen Cam or a simulcast. So Law and Crime tomorrow, Court TV. It won't be as good of a view as what we have, but I promise it'll be just like the day in court when I had to take some time to cover the KF's testimony. We'll pick back up in the afternoon, and all of us towel friends will go absolutely. There's 3 more witnesses from Aperture. Oh, folks, get ready. Ready your towels. Buckle up your towel buckle straps or your belt buckles. Get towel-based belt buckles. This is it. If you've been watching the Karen Reed trial, the John O'Keefe retrial, if you've been waiting, if you've been invested in this, all of your knowledge, all of your time, all of the hours, all of the studying, the documents, the memorization, it's about to pay off, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. You can see the towel friends. They know it. It's not just me. Everyone has realized it now. Anyone following this conversation. I'm not diabetic, but I have been having some blood pressure issues recently, partially while I was at the doctor today. I had to get a form to bring over to this other doctor because I have to set up this test that I have to do. It was a process. But the point is, I have some medical issues, and it's better for Towel to sit down. But that also threw Towel off what he was saying. My word, ladies and gentlemen, 3 more witnesses from Aperture. It's all building. If you've been invested in the Karen Reed retrial and John O'Keefe retrial, these are the moments. It's all going to pay off for you. This was it. The folks who were saying Karen was guilty and that the evidence was going to point to it were right all along. This is your vindication moment. You made it. This is it. I don't know what to even say. Like, what do you say? I'm not going to gloat about it. How do I put into words the fact that years and months of my life, like, it's all crescendoing into these moments? Well, I don't know. You're here with me. It means so much to me. I'm so pleased that we're all chatting about it. But, like, it's unfolding in real time. It's a cathartic release. I can't put it into words. It's not like, there are some moments when I get excitable or I get ramped up, or I have too much of my energy drink. This isn't that. This is it feels like 17,000 pounds of pressure have been lifted off my shoulders. Not just me, but I think it's just all of us, ladies and gentlemen. You can feel it. If you really know what you're watching, if you know what you're talking about, you knew this was the moment. I mean, we're going to see more moments today. Bob Alessi hopefully won't take 2 hours on cross, and we'll see another witness. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what you waited for. This is what you're invested in. This is what you put your time into, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. I can't even believe it. I don't even know what. There are just certain things that happen where you even though the jury learned that. Oh, my word. I can't. What do I even say? Hank Brennan's expert from Aperture, Shannon Burgess, has Karen's movements in the moment. Oh, my goodness. And it's Aperture, right? Yeah. Oh, my word. I'm trying to compose don't get me wrong, folks. I'm doing my very, very, very best to keep myself composed, to relay this all to you. But these are just big moments. Just big moments. If you missed it, we almost have to watch the testimony. If you're wondering, Towel, did you manage to get that posted in real time? Yes, I absolutely did, ladies and gentlemen. I have as much of the testimony as I possibly could. Now, do we want to see, let's listen to we can either listen to the testimony.
As well as serial numbers.
All right, we're going to listen to the testimony from the first part. If you missed it, listen, this is the time to get caught up. I want you all to listen to Towell's prescient prediction, actually. Let's do it. I know Murder by Maestro is going to be popping in and out. Crime Cricket, I saw you, dear friend. Hello. Let's watch a few weeks ago. I want you to listen to this, friends. Listen to Little Towell. I was on the money. Murder by Maestro, too. We were right. We knew it was coming. Oh, we were begging, and you all were listening. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even gloating. I literally was just imploring people, please listen to me. I beg you all. I'm just begging you to listen to me. I'm telling you, this is big. The new chip off, the extra 6.4 gigs of data, the black box EDR data, the infotainment system. I was pleading. I don't know what to say right now. I feel like people are going to be like, oh my dear God, that Towell, he saw it. He didn't see the future. He was just listening and could interpret what it all meant. Oh my word, I'm a little overwhelmed with my own capabilities. Let's just listen to me talk. Even back then I was yelling. I didn't catch it the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? The best laid plans of mice and men, folks. The best laid plans of mice and men.
What he realized is that all of that data was unreadable. And so initially he thought that the data was not fully downloaded or compiled. He checked and he believed that gigabits were gigabytes and that there was a discrepancy. And the reason he thought this is because there was very obvious information missing from that procedure. Navigation information, phones that were plugged into the radio, travel logs, information that is going to be extraordinarily inculpatory or exculpatory in this case. And so after he realized his oversight, he filed a supplemental report. And what we learned is not only was the chips that were taken from the telematics and infotainment systems and downloaded were read with the wrong reader, so that way the information was not available. Also, in the infotainment system, there were actually 3 boards, not 1. Only 1 was taken out. So there is a plethora of information on these chips.
Wait a minute, I didn't even catch it the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? Hank Brennan said that it wasn't just that only 1 of the 3 chips was read. The reads expert used the wrong software or the wrong chip reader, which is hardware. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Murder by Maestro. You were right to be yelling from the rooftops about this, my friend. I will tell you right now, you nailed it right on the money. Could not be any more prescient. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Absolutely 100% nailed it. There is a lot there, folks, and we haven't even heard the disclosures about what this detail is going to contain. I have my prescient forecast based on my extrapolation of all of the evidence in this case, being one of the few people who has read every single thing on this godforsaken 700-item docket at this point. But I'm telling you, folks, I'm telling you this is huge. I'm telling you now that it's huge, because it wasn't just the chip-off was incomplete and only 1 of 3 chips was extracted and read. It was that the wrong software was used initially, too. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was definitely, I have a strong feeling Karen Reed's expert was like, oh my God, I can't believe Lally's letting me do this. Let me give myself some plausible deniability. Well, Brennan's got all 3 chips now, and the data went from 2.4 gigs to 8 gigs. Yes, absolutely. Murder by Maestro. While we watch this next replay, do you have the timestamp of when it came out that the defense expert didn't even try to remove the other 2 chips? We're going to watch this first part of the testimony to see if we come across it. But if you have the Towell Cam timestamp, I'll bring it back up and we'll rerun the actual feed itself. But for now, let's watch what this testimony was. If you missed it, here's your chance to get caught up. We're waiting for Bob Alessi to start his cross at 1:15 p.m. Eastern, under 30 minutes away. But this was the testimony. This was everything, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to learn about how the state doesn't have to rely on key cycle data from Karen Reed's Lexus anymore to track the timeline of events up until the moment John O'Keefe was struck allegedly at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022. They have clocks from Karen Reed's Lexus now, and it's all because of that new data. But yes, Murder by Maestro, if I know you were listening closely, so you're going to remember the exact moment I was going to the doctor and stuff. But if you have the exact moment, my dear friend, when good afternoon, Pilgrim's Shadow, it was, dear friend, but it was a celebration of life, and in some sense Towell was honored to be able to be there with so many of his family members. It was very touching. Okay, SD cards. All right, folks, listen. We now have a mission, okay? While we watch a little bit of this, we have a towel mission. We are looking for a specific timestamp in Eastern time of when Burgess was talking about SD cards, which was, I think, right after 11 a.m. You know what? Let's just start around there, okay? Let's just start around there, and we'll see if we can find it. Here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be efficient little towels. I have a little plan here, little towels. Stay with me, little towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are watching Towels Public Information Service, the only public information service that provides you perpetually free to access news and information, including the world-famous Karen Cam and the world-famous Towels lunchtime analysis, because Towel thinks he's a combination of Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, and an auctioneering announcer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you who stay through the lunchtime chat and chat with your fellow towel friends. You all have developed such a wonderful community. I know all of your usernames. I know details in some sense when you share things and chat about you, and I am so pleased to be with you today. Don't forget, if you're new to this channel, it really helps if you subscribe to the channel. Did you know, folks, and I'm not saying I can't make it happen, but sometimes if you're just chatting, all of a sudden someone will do what's called a towel membership parade, and then you will get access to towel emojis. Yes, now you can become a towel member and get access to special towel emojis, but it is I can't actually do it myself because I don't have the feature on my phone, but there are towel membership parades sometimes too, and I'm just like, come on now, someone wants to give their fellow towels memberships. And I don't even say it because of the direct support. It's more I just love yelling out, oh my goodness, here are the people who got free memberships. But yes, okay, hold on. I have a plan. We're going to go back to right around 11 a.m. We're going to try to listen to the moment when Burgess was talking about SD cards, that he specifically talked about how sections of the chip off weren't even removed. And a Murder by Maestro has given me enough of information to tell me that it was right around 11. So stay with me, little towels. I think it was right around 11. Stay with me. I am a little towel. Yes, P. McKinley, laughter makes the world go round. If you can laugh, ladies and gentlemen, then you can bring smiles to the faces of your fellow towels. There is nothing better, I say, ladies and gentlemen, by God, there is nothing better than bringing smiles to the faces of our fellow towels. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is one of those things. It just illuminates the world with goodness. It makes us say to each other, towel friends, if we can laugh, then anyone can laugh, by goodness. And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, it is part of Little Towel's mission to some degree to make people feel safe and make them laugh. Even, ladies and gentlemen, today when I was, over the weekend when I was spending some time on Saturday and Sunday with people I love very dearly, I was saying, you know, what actually is so important to me in these moments, and what was important to my father, he wanted a celebration of life, is that we be pleased and happy that we're around each other, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what makes Little Towel pleased in these moments. I ate. Oh, Murder by Maestro, you go eat. We will see you in just 20 minutes for the return to session. We're going to watch these moments. Murder by Maestro saw the moments. We are going to watch them together, though. You see, I have it all queued up here. And we're going to look for the moment that we learn that Karen Reed's experts didn't even try to get the infotainment and black box EDR chips during the first trial. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You are a towel, Malcolm Barrett. God bless you, dear friend. Wouldn't you like a towel, too? Here we go. Let's listen.
Why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the
Holy
boards.
Oh my God, okay, hold on. Murder by Maestro, do you think this was some kind of like divine, I know he went to eat, but do you think this was some kind of divine moment? I just clicked randomly. I was like, oh, SD card, that was around like 11. I clicked 1049 or something. I nailed it. I got it exactly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, how did that even happen? I can't believe this. Okay, let's listen to it, then I'm going to clip it.
Got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip-off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip-off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you...
This is it, friends. This is it. We have to listen to it to get the part we're going to clip, but we found it. God bless you, friends. This is big. Was the whole morning. This was one of the big parts. Karen Reed's expert from the first trial, Maggie Gaffney, didn't even remove the 2 chips with the most important information from Karen Reed's onboard system, the infotainment chip and the black box EDR, and we're about to listen to the moment we found it. God bless you, Paula, for your help. You helped me confirm that I knew we were about a second away a few seconds ago. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're waiting, we're going to come back into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial at 1:15 p.m. Eastern, but until then, we're going to listen to this big moment.
Saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view, but what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are.
And gentlemen, oh my God, it was as big as Murder by Maestro made it out to be.
Is to the slot you still.
Hold on one second.
Testing and you discovered something on
hexadecimal format.
For process to, at this point, identify any date and time or power. You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board? You went beyond the...
Hold on.
No, I was not.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get in here for the clip. Folks, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are in the middle of day 19, technically, of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It's Monday, May 19, 2025. We're going to come back into session from lunch recess just after 1:15 p.m. Eastern. You can follow live with the exclusive Karen Cam, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. But folks, it's over for Karen Reed. Everything has just come crashing down for the Reed defense. Hank Brennan's expert just revealed on the stand that during the first trial, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed's expert, who obtained 3 pieces of crucial data, or was supposed to obtain crucial data from Karen Reed's onboard Lexus system, including an infotainment and black box EDR chip from the onboard telematic and otherwise system. Ladies and gentlemen, we just found out that Karen Reed's expert, whose name is Maggie Gaffney, she's on the witness list for the second trial, did not even pull the SD card from the board off of that board when doing the initial chip off for the first Karen Reed trial, and that Hank Brendan's expert in December of 2024 did do that, an actual appropriate chip off and extraction of data, and there is now damning new evidence, including exact clock times as to Karen on her Lexus and driving over to Fairview Road between 12:15 or 12:12 or so and 12:24 a.m., and then the backup event right around 12:31 and 12:32 a.m., between 12:31 and 46 seconds and 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds, that led to allegedly John O'Keefe being sideswiped by Karen's car, falling to the ground, suffering a traumatic brain injury, and then being left to die on the lawn in the cold from hypothermia as indicated by reddening of his pancreas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the moment it was confirmed that SD card was never removed by Karen Reed's expert in the first trial. We don't know how this happened, but ladies, and we don't know why the prosecution allowed Reed's expert to do the first chip off, but we know Hank Brendan's got the new data, and it's all crescendoing, folks. Only one of three experts from Aperture, Hank Brendan's firm that did the expert witness firm that did the analysis of this new data. Only one of three has testified. There's three more. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. We return to session for Bob Alessi's cross at 1:15, but the big moments will be now that this foundational data is in. Now that we know Karen Reed's expert apparently either unintentionally or otherwise didn't extract key data that has just ended Karen Reed's hopes. Ladies and gentlemen, something big's coming. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Let's listen to the moment.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads.
and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down.
Okay, so if you're wondering what just happened, folks, they're saying that they were able to get this SD card, they were able to extract it, they were able to read it, but to verify the integrity of the data, they had to get an exemplar vehicle, do similar testing, and make sure it would the data would match up, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, whether it was avoided, this SD card being extracted or not, this is a huge deal. It's changed the case. It's basically over. This is game, set, match, timestamp, clock-based data of Karen's movements. The backup event that ended just seconds before John O'Keefe stopped moving for the last time his phone at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on that lawn that morning. Fateful morning though it was, in the middle of a snowstorm, 1/29/2022. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're back into session in just a few minutes. Join us, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Look at all these wonderful towel friends. There were even some members that joined. We got a new towel member. We have special towel emojis. I'll share it in the chat, because what better way to end a towel clip than with a towel emoji parade? And I threw a Chewbacca in there for good measure. We even have Chewbacca emojis. Anyway, tune in, join us. It's a fun chat, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for watching this clip. Hold on, I think I have to wait, I don't know, probably like 5 seconds. I am waiting just so that this towel emoji will pop up, which requires me putting other towel emojis in the chat to make the towel emojis pop up on the screen. And you might be saying, Grant, that is a ridiculous thing to do. Well, you know what? I want the towel emojis to pop up in the clip, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. There we go. They made it. All right, see you after lunch. Hey, towel friends, that's the kind of erudite commentary we stay around for. All right, you know what we have to do as we wait for the Karen Cam to come back online. We have an obligation to the wider public at large. Yes, I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just about us. We educate, inform, and entertain the wider polity, which means as I'm sitting here talking to you and reading chat, we also have to type up this post. Just now, here were the bombshell, here were the end game moments earlier this morning in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Karen's expert from the first trial missed an SD card that has exact time, exact clock-based time data for Karen's movements, including a backup event ending at 12:32:04, just seconds before John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving for the last time at 12:32:16 a.m. on the morning of 1/29/2022. We will return from lunch after 1:15 p.m. Eastern. And even more witnesses are expected to testify including three further, not, you don't want to use more twice in a single sentence, three further experts from Aperture who will interpret this car data and explain the exact sequence of events that led a allegedly drunk driving Karen Reed to back up her car to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.6 miles an hour at the second she allegedly hit John, with 75% pressure on the accelerator while in reverse. Let's see. Who interpreted causing John to be side swiped, hit his head, and die from a traumatic brain injury and hypothermia. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an intense moment. We found it thanks to Murder by Maestro and Paula. Murder by Maestro and Paula, please take your honorary bows. You are excellent towels. You live up to the very best of what it is to be a towel. And ladies and gentlemen, we should be returning to session any second now, so let us prepare. Accelerator. I spelled accelerator wrong. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I do my best. I do my absolute best, but I'm not necessarily the best speller. I am a child of the generation that was raised on spell check, and there's nothing I can do about it, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing. I tell you, it is not my fault. It is the fault of Bill Gates. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that I don't know how to spell. It's that Bill Gates caused this problem. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, blame Bill Gates. Obviously, that is the solution to all of life's problems. Blame Bill Gates. Not really. That can be a theme on this channel, I suppose. We will just blame Bill Gates for things. Oh, I can't find my towel this morning? It was Bill Gates' fault. Oh, something else has gone catastrophically wrong? It was Bill Gates' fault. I think Bill Gates is going to be like, what did I do to draw the ire of these towel people? And I'm going to be like, first of all, we are not towel people. We are anthropomorphic towels, sir. That is a big distinction there's a distinction between the towel people, whose homeland is in northern France, which is called Norman towel, and anthropomorphic towels, who are actually people. Those are two very different things. You can't offend half the towel world by denying the existence of anthropomorphic towels. One, that's illegal, I'm pretty sure. If it's not illegal now, it will be illegal in northern France very, very soon. Second of all, if you're wondering, what have I tuned into? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's like when you get coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial during lunchtime in the lead up to even more intense testimony, as an anthropomorphic towel speaks to you who thinks he's also a horse racing announcer towel and an auctioneering announcer towel. Yes, it's not just about the bombshell developments and the evidence. It is also about the fact that I am clearly a towel. Because if I were not a towel, then I don't think I could stand up here and just say all of these things to you. I think I would be very perplexed. I'd be like, why are they listening to me? Why are they doing that? But because I'm a towel, I'm like, oh, well, clearly anyone who heard this man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who also thinks he's an auctioneering announcer, that can just talk us through lunch and we don't have to wait for the trial to come back into session. We can just be engaged with his interesting updates. Well, that man must be a towel. And, well, yes, that's absolutely true. It would be impossible for a man or a human or any person to do this. The only way I could do this is if I were a fluffy, absorbent towel. So there you go. It all makes sense. If people have questions about why I am a towel, then the answer is simply Grant's a towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam's coming online. We're waiting for court to come back into session. We got the volume up. You will hear court come back into session. You'll see the Karen Cam. We will continue to be towels. If you liked this programming, if you enjoyed the lunch break, don't forget to like and subscribe. Someone was so kind, I want to say earlier, to send a donation. Thank you so much. I looked down at my phone. Little Towel was very, very touched. Towel is always running behind. Towel in terms of like getting like living and eating and trying to pay for the software that runs this public information service and keeps you all informed. But you know what? I do it as a labor of love. I try as hard as I can. I don't mind doing it at a loss. You all help me, you help me have gas and money to get to the doctors, and it just means a lot to me. I try not to. I'm very frugal. I don't even know how to manage a lot of my expenses, but I'm working on it. I'm very good with analytical intelligence. I'm getting better with emotional intelligence. I can prove it too, and I'm getting better with executive function, but it's just a byproduct of my disability. So God bless you all, little towels, for helping me, and thank you. There are ways to support the stream. I'll drop it in the chat before we go back to lunch. I just got the post up about that huge SD card, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be big. It is going to be big, 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 big. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it is bad, bad, bad for Karen. It is big, big, big for the state, and we are going to be the first people to say it. Earlier, jurors learned that. Okay, sorry, I had to add one more part to my post because it was really, really good, and I wanted to make it comprehensive. And I am also a towel. Now, I appreciate all of your wonderful and loving comments. You are so wonderful, all of you. We are about to come back into session. I'm talking like a horse racing announcer towel, which means you know something big's about to happen. And I am going to sit here and continue to be a towel. I know, you are all very aware that I am indeed a towel. But I have to get the Karen cam set up, so let's pop over to this other screen. Watch this. It's going to be like magic. Oh, no, I'm gone. Where did I go? Oh, it is a black void. We have lost towel. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gone. I have left your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I know that you missed me already. Try to remember me. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been lost to the void. The black void has taken towel. Oh no, I fixed it a little bit. Now we might have the Karen cam soon. Get ready. We should be back into session any moment. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. I forgot to drop the donation information in the chat. I will do that in 1 second, folks. If you're listening on X and you can't actually see the YouTube chat, it's money sign at Grant Smith, money sign Grant Smith Ellis on Cash App. Venmo is at Grant, Grant, hyphen E, lowercase e1. You'll know it's me because it's a picture of an inflatable Elmo. And then the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Smith Ellis. So Grant Ellis, not Grant Smith Ellis. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. So thank you. God bless. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready. I've had a request from Hot Coffee Chats. The horses are at the starting gate. Ladies and gentlemen, the foals, the horse children that were down the pack have come back up. They're gathering around Judge Canoni, the horse racing official. She is in her robes. She's lining the horses up at the starting gate. Now, is Bob Alessi going to figure out that Hank Brennan has got this mastered, and you go in a circle and you make a point and you cross the finish line? Or is Bob Alessi going to get distracted in the infield grass talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? And then is Bob Alessi going to start telling a bunch of people drinking beer in the infield grass that Chewbacca is actually a dog named Chloe in a wig? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is just going to be absolutely intense. This has been quite a day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, they are on their marks. The horses are at their starting gate. We're waiting for them to be released onto the track, where apparently the goal is to go in circles, as opposed to Bob Alessi, who stands still and talks to people drinking beer about a dog named Chloe in a wig who thinks she's Chewbacca. Now, that may seem absolutely absurd, and you may say, sir, I am turning into this channel because lunch is about to end and we are going to come back into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Why are you talking about Bob Alessi lecturing people on the infield grass of a horse racing track about a dog named Chloe in a wig who thinks she's Chewbacca? Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? You try covering this for 70 hours a week for months on end. And then have Alan Jackson bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I'm not really sure how Chewbacca got involved in this whole thing. I feel a little bit guilty for bringing in Chewie. But you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, you try it, okay? You will eventually start talking about how Bob Alessi is a horse. Oh, God help us all, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the riders are getting up on their saddles. Oh, I don't really like that image. Let's just focus more on the horses lining up at the starting gate. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these are dramatic moments. It's like WrestleMania 17, and I'm a towel. I could even make a blank screen with a fan spinning on it interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not really sure if this is healthy for humanity. I don't think we should just allow Towel to talk to lots of people while nothing is happening. I'm pretty sure this is a sign that if you just say things in a very intense tone, people will be interested. Oh, God, it's Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. They have saved us from the fan. Oh, thank God, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know if I could continue to watch the fan. Oh, it was tormenting me. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I swear, although we may have now induced Bob Alessi to start talking to people in the infield grass about a dog named Chloe in a wig who thinks she's Chewbacca, oh, ladies and gentlemen, at least we don't have to look at the fan. It is absolution, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness gracious me. The horses are at the starting gate. We're not going down the Cape today, ladies and gentlemen. No, it is time to watch Bob Alessi, the not so great. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of fate. There is no question that Karen Reed probably ate. And we shall continue to flow along at pace as Hank Brennan continues his race. And I continue to pace. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. That was actually pretty good. That had some iambic pentameter and rhyming couplets in there. I should have built in an internal rhyme scheme. Then I would have really screwed with all of your minds. You'd been like, oh, God, he speaks in poetry. Oh, no. Oh, no, what are we going to do? Well, you know what you're going to do? You're going to watch the trial come back into session. I cannot keep yelling. Will someone listen to me and just bring the trial back into session? Why do you want me to just yell about Chewbacca? Oh, it's like the court enjoys it. They're like, oh, well, we just wait a little bit longer. He'll keep yelling about Chewbacca, and that's hilarious. I am hilarious. Thank you very much, but why do you make me do this? I don't understand. I just want the presentation of evidence to continue. It is all we want. We just want to go back to the horse racing announcer. Well, I'm the horse racing announcer. We just want to go to the horse race. Somebody get the ponies out of the stable. Oh, the humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to watch a court case. No one wants to listen to a man who thinks he's a towel talk about how he thinks he's a horse racing announcer towel. Oh, God, the humanity. Oh, I'm not really sure if the horses are at the starting gate or not. Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having some kind of delay in the horse race. Oh, the foals got stuck down the park. They went down the Cape and they got lost. They went down the Star. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, they're buying some kind of horse food. I don't even know if attorneys eat. I think they just live off of energy that comes from being on in the moment. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can only speak in iambic pentameter. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't read enough Shakespeare. I did go to Stratford upon Avon one time, though. It was interesting. I think his dad was the mayor or something. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't say they're off until it starts on Coffee Chats. I know you're trying to will us into session, but it's not going to work. The court wants to torment little towels, or my voice runs out before court begins. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and we don't even have the Karen Cam yet. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. All we want is for lunch to end and for court to come into session. The ponies have been fully fed. Judge Canoni, the horse racing official, she is at the starting gate. I think Bob Alessi got lost. He started to give a lecture to some random group of students on the side of the road. And they started asking him why he was walking around with a giant picture of Chewbacca on a whiteboard. And he said, listen, when you become older and you become a lawyer like me, I'm Bob Alessi, you have to go into court sometimes and just stand up in front of the jury and say Chewbacca did it. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as Bob Alessi was saying to this young group of students that doesn't exist, Yes, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you have to tell the jury it's not just that Chewbacca did it, it's that Chewbacca is actually a dog named Chloe in a wig. That is clearly why we are delayed. We will just continue to blame Bob Alessi. I don't even know if we're at a sidebar. I think we're just at lunch and Bob Alessi got distracted trying to tell a bunch of children about Chewbacca. Oh, God, the humanity, ladies and gentlemen. The humanity. We should be coming into session soon. The Karen Cam is up. All we're waiting for is the courts to start up. And yes, we should be coming into session. I don't see the Karen Cam yet, though. I see Chewbacca emojis in the chat. That can only mean one thing. I have been yelling about Chewbacca again. And you might be saying, sir, again, I asked you 20 minutes ago, I thought that this was a stream about a criminal trial. Yes, it is that. But if you cannot appreciate the beauty, ladies and gentlemen, of a good Chewbacca reference, well, I don't know what to tell you. Plus, don't you think we have to say thank you to Chewbacca, who is preventing us from... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, court starting. I'm a towel, and they're off!
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law?
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that
the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate.
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar, yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3. And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says, evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning, that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot, some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct, it did.
Now let's go on to another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional, that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right, generally?
Yes, yes.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be, yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be, depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes, again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Welcome. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off. I'm going to be eventually offering it into evidence. So,
Okay.
may I present it to the
So
witness?
let's mark it for identification first.
Yep. Okay.
Exhibit TT for identification.
Okay.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apture has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
And if you could just, if Your Honor, if I have the witness hold it, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark
Yep.
first.
Sure.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this mark is the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back one, show Mr. Brown? Sure. May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Exhibit 184.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. So, in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed?
Very possible, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could have this marked, please, once Mr. Brennan reviews it. Your Honor, may I have this marked as next identification in order?
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit BB for ID.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Burgess, giving you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Yep. Your Honor, I'd like to move EB into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
I can just see it. It's
This one. Yep.
this one I presented to you. No objection.
Exhibit
185.
And we are done with those, so
Sure.
if I could ask those back for you. we can get them
Absolutely.
court reporter. You're welcome. Your Honor, could I have please the next one marked for identification at this point?
Yes.
Thank you.
WW.
Thank you.
May I present to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure. Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Right. Can I see you at sidebar with these?
Grant Smith Ellis here. Hello, I am a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, very serious issue has come up. I've just seen a social media post indicating that there are people actively attempting to post and broadcast the protected court Zoom feed without permission of the court. This is very serious. We may have to get some links changed up now. If the court rules do not permit you to access a feed and you wantonly violate them, you are no better, some of you out there, than the people you criticize. What is wrong with you? Why would you violate and disgrace the sanctity of the court? And you posted proof you're on the Zoom. Some of you are just out of your minds. Now we got to change I have to request the damn link be changed. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Some of you who claim so much to respect the sanctity and decorum of the court just flagrantly violate court orders as if it doesn't even matter. Jesus, my word. You got Little Towel all up in arms. I shall be an incredulous towel. Dude, good job. Thanks for giving me the proof, you fools. Who would do such a thing? Why would you ever take a screenshot of being logged on to a Zoom that you don't have permission to be on, and you certainly just broadcast, whether it's a still image or a screen share, in violation of a court order? Are you out of your mind? Oh, my word. My word, getting Little Towel up in arms. Some of you. Come on. Is it that hard to follow a court order? You either have permission to broadcast it or you don't. If you explicitly do not have permission, don't do it. It's not just an insult to me, the people who follow the rules. It's an insult to the court. It's an insult to the very decorum and the very justice system some of you go out there talking about defending. Oh, I'm in a mood. I am in a mood. The only thing that gives me a little solace is I got the freaking evidence of it. But my word, some of you, contain yourselves. Yes, I'm also very upset at Bob Alessi's cross because of how bad it is and boring it is. But that's not what I'm upset about. You fools. You fools. How dare you disrespect the court process? I'm a towel. I expect that from some people, just flagrant disrespect. Not some of you who talk so much about respecting the integrity of the court process. I'm going to go look around now. I find some of you who I know aren't credentialed. Oh, my word. I'm in a mood. Court's coming back into session. Maybe not. I was wrong. They just wanted to film Mrs. O'Keefe. I will stop yelling. But seriously, I don't understand. Listen, I'm not going to say anything right now. I need to go now look around to see who else has been dumb enough to violate court orders and broadcast that without being credentialed. Like, come on, why are people so disrespectful of the court? That's why I think a lot of people are sanctimonious. Oh, you care so much about the court process and all that, but then you just go flagrantly violating the orders. It's disgusting. And listen, it was just a post I saw on Twitter of someone who, and it only had like 49 views or something. I just replied to it. But it's not that person I'm really upset at. Like, that person tipped me off to it. But this is clearly something bigger. Like, if you're not credentialed, if you do not have permission from the court, broadcast means literally taking screenshots or rebroadcasting it. Why are you doing that? Anyway, we're coming back into session.
Yes.
Thank you. I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? You could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see the
Yes,
pictures,
Your Honor.
please.
Thank you.
Yes, it does, with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page, with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
I would like to turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page, and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there, and it says Bachelor of Science, B period S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not, and that would have been, at that time, an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page, you know people are looking at your education, and you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally?
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
Thank you. And my report, if I can have the previous one in evidence? So if you could hold that, this one, sir, and I'm going to take that if I could from you, thank you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep, both?
Yes, please.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have the next document marked for identification
this
only at
one.
this point. You have this marked as the next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit XX for ID.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification. You recognize that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry. Let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
so
is.
That's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third example, am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 187.
Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't?
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
Right. But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is an error, yes.
So, let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
YYYD.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Have the bench, sir.
Sure.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yep, sure.
And just step back
Yes,
just a little.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? Are you working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insureds?
Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There we go. We are at Sidebar. I don't know how much of that you heard. I was getting things prepared. I am a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from Sidebar as quick as we started. It turns out that it's actually Kate Peter that's broadcasting a court feed potentially without permission and in violation of court order or court rules. It's very concerning. We're going to see where that goes, but we should be back from Sidebar any second now. This is a more conventional cross. You can tell the defense doesn't really have much. This is what you do when you have nothing. You just attack, look for anything. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We should be back into session right about now.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report, it is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept, and that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol?
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the expansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that expansion chip during the December 2023 chip-off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol, yes, correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct, at that time.
You got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct, I did make an error.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number, is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips.
Correct.
I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms, you got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing, no.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct, partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte, yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report. May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU, you know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Guarino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So, did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Guarino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Guarino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Guarino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it sidebar and find out what's going on?
Sure.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. I'm trying to do this without having to step out of the courtroom and come back. Mr. Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
It would be a bit incongruous, Your Honor, but I
Okay.
can do it if Your Honor would like.
Do we have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check. Thank you very much. Pardon me?
It's the second copy.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
That's, thank you.
Mr. Brennan. Thanks. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
No worries.
ZZ Friday.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
Okay.
So I'm going to just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location, data, information? Objection.
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand-delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Ms. Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Ms. Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th, for clarification.
And that was on December 7th?
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024?
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle, and to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased?
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it, and it's a vehicle, as I understand it, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle. Sure. And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. Yep. But in this case, with Ms. Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Ms. Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm going to let the answers.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question. Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy,
Sure.
your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, right. But did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162-2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So, back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162-2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, you know, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So, wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a tech stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 tech stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that tech stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that tech stream 1162.2 tech stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying, yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that tech stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. Nestor.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 tech stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis and all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that tech stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work.
Correct.
With regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 tech stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the tech stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events, in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct.
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No. I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed at least in part, the work that you had done.
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSogra's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what
So
I said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claimed was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claimed that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on testimony.
My question, sir, is not your thoughts. Just did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you like.
Sure. So
2 months. Was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So, did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Yes.
Sustained.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention TechStream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention TechStream events, correct?
Yes, that's
correct.
correct.
And you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a...
Before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him?
Correct, to get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it?
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
As you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffin's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware of it?
I'm not aware either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffin's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffin's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffin with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So, four months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffin with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
You know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASO with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report, yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case?
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffen or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffen's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Having read Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period, no.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025 report. Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense. You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher, is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection. Is this?
The objection sustained.
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of TechStream event 1162-2 in his January 30th, 225 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
So why don't I see you at sidebars?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. We also have breaking news. Aidan Kearney has lost 2/3 of his motion to dismiss 16 of his 20 or so now felony and misdemeanor charges across different courts in the Commonwealth. Kearney lost 12 of 16 of his motions to dismiss. He was granted motions to dismiss on 6 of 18 charges. Ladies and gentlemen, Aidan Kearney has lost 2/3 of his motion to dismiss. Ladies and gentlemen, Little Towels, it did not go well for Aidan Kearney. He will be going to trial, it looks like, on at least 12 felony and misdemeanor counts in Norfolk Superior Court, plus 2 other counts. Plus now I think there's 2 more. So Aidan Kearney's current number of open charges drops from 20 to or 21 to 15 or so. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Aidan Kearney lost 12 of his 16 motions to dismiss. If we consider each count a different motion to dismiss, he won on 6 of the 18, so it's a 66% loss for Kearney. He is going to trial on felony charges in the Commonwealth. Ladies and gentlemen, he lost on 12 of 18. We are awaiting more information. Now, I am a Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I have the information for you now. I'm pulling it up. I am a towel. This is real time, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel has the document. I repeat, Little Towel has the document. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I repeat, I am a towel. Stay with Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to come back into sidebar? Oh, coming back. You're going to have to wait till the next break. Oh, you're a towel. Oh, you are all Little Towels, but I got the document. You're still Little Towels. I will be a Little Towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back into session soon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162-2 TechStream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the TechStream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And of course, recording.
AAA for identification.
Okay.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Exhibit 188.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Sorry, what were you asking for?
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It was, it's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct, and I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher. I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right, but in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references. Do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So, in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
but
but
yes.
do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report. Correct.
Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Lassie, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Lassie, why don't you show it to me?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor. And
Do
if
that.
we could put it up, we've got it, that's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report, or you?
Correct. Well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor.
Thank
I'll
you.
do it the way you suggest. Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if I could have a moment.
go to the page so we can do this for you.
This is heavily highlighted, but this is only 2 pages out. No, I'm saying this is.
Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line because it's the heading and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for 2 minutes on this. Okay.
We are at sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. I have the update. Here's the update. Oh, we're coming back from sidebar. Aidan Kearney's charges involving Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Elizabeth Proctor, Julie Nagel, and Lindsay Gattani continue. The charges against Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan have been dismissed, as well as a charge involving Kearney running Jen McCabe's license plate allegedly at Karen Reed's request involving a police dispatcher. Kearney now faces 14 open counts in Norfolk Superior Court. We may be getting ready to be done for the day. There may be some kind of motion argument. Stay with Little Towel. I'm monitoring. I am a very active towel. I have my eyes on all sorts of things, and you are all Little Towels as well. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to be erudite, informed, and prescient Little Towels. I'm monitoring. I have the document. It was a 37-page ruling. I read it. I was listening to testimony. I was being a towel. Ladies and gentlemen.
Seems like a good place to break. I thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand. So, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay with Little Towel. We might have a motion hearing. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. I am a Little Towel. Then we'll do our recap. Then we'll read the motion. Oh, we're going to get to read a motion together. A ruling. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. It is a glorious day. Someone bring me towel, the finest muffins, towels, and bagels in all of the land. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. Stay with us. Stay with Little Towel. We have a lot going on. We'll see if we come back into session. Here we go.
All right. So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
You heard the judge, folks. You heard the judge. We will do our recap.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial
hold
watchers.
on.
So we know that you're true crime fans, but
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll do our recap. I document up. I don't know how I get this stuff processed so fast. I got the 37-page ruling. We got to do our recap. That was only one of 4 Aperture experts. And then Bob Alessi started somewhat okay on cross, but he couldn't really get at the substance of what the witness was talking about. So he ended up completely crashing and burning because he never actually reached the substance of the report. He looked like he was afraid to address the fact that there was new data available to the state expert that was not available during the first trial because Karen Reed's expert, although she did get useless data named Maggie Gaffney off the chip that was extracted, 2 other chips weren't. And Alessi just couldn't address it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was not good. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm going to pop back up on your screen right now because I'm a little towel. I am a little towel. You all are very erudite. You all are prescient. You all are informed. Towel needs to get some rest, but we're going to do our recap. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan has the goods on Karen Reed, and I am a towel. And you might say, sir, we are well aware that you are a towel. Yes, I know you are aware, but still we have lots of things to get up on the screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take a look what I'm going to bring up on your screen right now. Let me make myself a useful little towel. Let's bring this right up here. All right, now let me bring the PDF up for you, little towels. Okay, I have the PDF right here. I am an erudite, informed, and cogent little towel. Hold on, little towels. I have it right. Why are you not showing up? There it is, little towels. Little towels, we have the Aidan Kearney ruling. Now, give me a second. It is going to take me a little second. We're going to do our recap. First, we're going to read this ruling together. Then we're going to do our recap. That was not a good day for Karen Reed. Not a good day at all. So let me do a few things. One, I want to get this ruling up because I did take some time I got the ruling, got it posted. It's 37 pages. We are not going to read all of it during our recap, ladies and gentlemen. What we are going to do is we're going to recap some of the preview. We only got a preview of some of the data. Remember, this is the foundational witness for Hank Brennan from Aperture. There are witnesses who will actually come in and interpret this data, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the foundational witness. And yes, it did end before 4 o'clock. I'm sure but those of us who are watching could have kept going. But you know what, folks? We'll get out. We'll enjoy the sunshine. We will do a short recap because that was just foundation. Oh, my word. There is so much more to come, ladies and gentlemen. There is so much more data to come. This was just the very beginning of what could be a devastating series of witnesses from Aperture. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we know full well what's coming. Oh, my word. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for watching. I very much was engaged during a lot of the presentation of that evidence earlier today, and I think a lot of us were paying very close attention to what Hank Brennan was previewing. Remember, I think folks are not, I hope folks were listening. This is the witness who interprets the vehicle and phone data and writes reports. Then there are other witnesses from Aperture who do accident reconstruction. This is the foundational witness that literally just serves to interpret the data, and it's incredibly useful if you're technically proficient. If you know what you are listening to, it's extremely damning. But Alessi did something that was somewhat creative but not really effective. Alessi was like, okay, I know most lay people aren't really going to get it until we get the accident reconstruction. So if I have this data guy up there, let me just make him look really bad. It didn't really work. So most of what Alessi was saying I thought was nonsensical. And it wasn't going to the merits of the report. That was the biggest problem for Alessi, that it didn't go to the merit of the report. So I was just sitting there like, what are you doing? Like, you can't cross only on the fact that you think that you want to try to embarrass this guy over small little gotcha questions that aren't related to the substance. Gotcha questions must be related to the substance, and there's no way Alessi can get around that timeline or the fact that there's new data from Karen's Lexus. It's just too much for Bob Alessi to deal with. So he's going with this very kind of conventional defense lawyer strategy, which is, it's not even pounding the table. It's just pray that if you make enough noise about things that seem like they have some kind of substance but are all fluff, the jury won't pay attention to the fact that you are not actually addressing the merits of what was brought up during the direct. Hank Brennan on redirect tomorrow. This is going to be brutal for Karen Reed. Alessi's going to go for more hours, by the way, in the morning. His cross is going to pick up in the morning, and we're not going to get to Hank Brennan's redirect until 11 or so, hopefully, if Alessi even lets Hank Brennan go for redirect, because Alessi knows Hank Brennan's going to be mad now. And so what Hank Brennan's going to do on redirect to this witness is going to be somewhat tough. But yes, let's quickly, we're not actually going to read all 37 pages of the decision. I read you the summary already. Kearney's charges involving Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan were dismissed, along with conspiracy charges about running Jen McCabe's license plate. And then the other charges against Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Nagel, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, they all stood. I think there might have been one more. We'll take Lindsay Gattani's charges, Lindsay, the named victim, and some of Aiden's charges, or those cases were not subject to this motion, so they're still open. So, ladies and gentlemen, we march forward. We march forward, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This leaves a number of charges open for Kearney, by the way. That's why I'm just getting this update out of the way. And then we will do our Karen Reed trial update, and we'll talk about this motion. All right, so what can we do here? All right, so first of all, you aren't going to be able to see it, and I don't want to zoom in over your comments, so let me just read it for you. It says, a Norfolk County grand jury indicted the defendant, Aiden Timothy Kearney, with 8 counts of witness intimidation, 5 counts of unlawful picketing, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness in violation of lists the statutes. Kearney moved to dismiss all counts. The court ordered a non-evidentiary hearing on this motion on March 6, 2025. After careful consideration, the court concludes that the First Amendment does not insulate Kearney from the indictments. However, because the evidence presented to the grand jury was insufficient as to some of the indictments, it's the ones I mentioned, Proctor, Buchanan, and the conspiracy to run Jen McCabe's license plate. Kearney's motion to dismiss is granted in part and denied in part. So he won 6 counts, lost 10. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see 37-page ruling, Aiden Kearney. You can see, I'll read you the paragraphs where it starts saying each of the charges. So it says, it goes through each one, and it says, the charges against involving Chris Albert, Julie Albert. Oh, wait a minute. It might. Okay, hold on. So it says the charges against. Hold on. Let me see. Where does it start? Hold on. This is the background. The background goes so long. It's literally his conduct. If you want to read it, read this 37-page motion. Just detailing what Kearney did to these witnesses in the Reed trial takes the judge 16 pages. And so then Kearney moves on First Amendment grounds, and he loses a facial challenge. So he challenges 268.13b, like, on its constitutional validity. He was always going to lose this because the federal courts and state courts have upheld 268.13b in light of constitutional challenge. We've reviewed this on a number of times before. It was actually Kearney's girlfriend, Meredith O'Neill, that challenged the 268.13b, and it got up to the federal court, and they lost. So he loses on the facial challenge, and then to 268.13a, and then he loses on the as-applied challenge as well. So I'm just scrolling down because I read this earlier. So the as-applied challenge starts at page 22. So he loses on the as-applied as well. So you can challenge the statute facially, and then you can challenge it as applied. Oh goodness, we got a towel chat. Oh, it's towel super chat. Hold on, who is the super towel? I will pause as we do our erudite analysis. Super Towel, God bless you, little Super Towel. I'm coming in. I'm going to figure out who you are. I'm clicking the buttons. Oh, God bless you, Pat Brooks. You are such a wonderful Super Towel. Hold on. God bless you, Pat Brooks. You are such a wonderful Super Towel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I am slowly using voice to text. Murder by Maestro, the hexadecimal speaking 24-year-old will be proud. So Kearney loses facially as applied, but that's not just what we're looking for, right, ladies and gentlemen? We are looking for a little bit more than that. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking, there you go. Kearney has not demonstrated to the court that as applied to him, the application of the statutes is unconstitutional, and he lost, obviously, on the actual content of them. Kearney challenges the grand jury proceeding, and he challenges the indictment, and then the judge goes through each one, and then we get the actual meat of this order. You want to go to page, hold on, 29. Okay, that's the real meat of the order. And it starts with the grand jury heard testimony from Chris Albert and watched numerous video exhibits which supported the requisite elements. Kearney's actions were directed at Chris, and the grand jury could have reasonably found, oh, God bless you, Allie 90211, and the grand jury could have reasonably found that Kearney's actions and words were harassing or intimidating, specifically in various video exhibits. Oh, hold on, let's do our recap. Hello, friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We just finished up with testimony in day 19 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. First, God bless you to all the Towel friends who tuned in all day. It was a fascinating day of testimony. We got the initial evidentiary foundation from one of Hank Brennan's 4 experts from Aperture, who this expert was the evidentiary foundation, which I mentioned earlier. This means the expert was laying the foundation for data that's going to be analyzed by crash reconstruction experts. And let me tell you, folks, this data is explosive. You have to actually understand this was not a layperson's explosive moment. This was kind of like a nerdy like person who could understand Bob Alessi reading hexadecimal format word code to the witness on cross as a question. It was a very hyper-technical, very complex presentation, but if you understood what you were listening to as bombshell. Karen Reed's expert Maggie Gaffney from the first trial apparently did not extract or did not take off 2 of the 3 chips, or data from other chips on Karen Reed's Lexus was not fully read by Reed's expert. That new data has allowed Hank Brennan to obtain clock data, not just key cycle data, showing the timeline, the exact timeline of when Karen started her car outside the waterfall, when she made her reverse movement around 12:31 a.m. when she was outside Fairview Road, and then when Karen left right before John's phone stopped moving at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds, the alleged strike with John, where Karen's car went from 24.2 miles an hour to 23.6 miles an hour in a millisecond, with a 4.5 degree steering wheel correction to the right. Oh, God bless you, Suzanne. I love that little birdie. Oh, my dear goodness. Super stickers with little birds, even during our daily recap, make little Towel so happy and giggly. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel must focus, though. Okay, so you are all so funny, and I'm not that I'm not grateful. It's just if I look at the little birdie, I'm going to be like, oh, I can't talk about this. As you can see, Towel had quite a day. So as we got this evidentiary foundation, it built up and built up as we led into lunch. And then, God rest, save our souls, Bob Alessi started at 1:30, and most of his cross, because he could not address this new black box data and the fact that there's now a clock showing Karen Reed's precise timing of her starting her car outside the waterfall, and then the events outside Fairview, including Karen's initial turn when she either missed the house or went the wrong way, and then Karen's backup event at 12:31 and and roughly 46, and then it's the backup event stopping at 12:32 and 4 seconds to 0.1 seconds, and then John's phone stopping, moving and never moving from the lawn again until after he was found after 6 a.m. at 12:32 and 16 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating for Karen Reed. And so Bob Alessi got up there. He did a very bad job asking questions about, like, oh, instead of saying you are pursuing your Bachelor of Science, did you say that you had, like, you got your Bachelor of Science on your LinkedIn? First of all, I don't even know if you can put pursuing. I think you put, like, you put your degree, and then you put under that on LinkedIn, like, the year you're expected to graduate. It doesn't say pursuing. So on your CV, which the witness did, you would put pursuing. But anyway, Bob Alessi got in the weeds on this. For what was really happening, at least in my lay towel opinion, is Bob Alessi knew how devastating this data was. He knew how damning it was, so he was doing what I'd call the shiny red object trick. It was much more it was a nerdy version of it, okay? It was very like, Bob Alessi understood how hyper-technical and damning the information was, and Bob Alessi knows the other witnesses are going to be worse for Reed's defense. This was only bad if you're really into data processing and, like, interpolating what different syncing of clocks means and how extracting chips functions and what that data means on a foundational level, okay? But where it gets really, really interesting, folks, is when the experts who do the crash reconstruction actually start talking about it, folks, and that's going to be a big, big, big deal. Now, so as I mentioned, Alessi went on for his cross for about 3.5 hours or so. I don't know. My brain was just like, it felt like it was being banged against the wall by the end, because Alessi was just so worried about addressing this black box data that he never actually addressed the clock or anything like that. He just wanted to insult the witness. Not really a good idea. I think he got the sense the witness was a bit of like a nerd like him, so he just tried to humiliate the witness, and it didn't, like, you can't do that. If you're going to do that, if you're going to just impeach credibility, you have to do it on the substance of the report. And Alessi wasn't doing that. Like, who cares about the guy's LinkedIn? His CV, like, said that he was attending the school, you know, like he's pursuing a degree. He's an expert with like 20 years in the field. A lot of people get advanced degrees. Like, or like go back to school for a different kind of degree, Bachelor of Science or something. So I didn't really get what Alessi was doing. I thought just like the way I would have done it, that was no. Like, if you're gonna go after that guy, first of all, you can't really, because it's so, that's why Alessi was cornered. I would have sat there, like if I were thinking about how to do that cross, and I would have been so frustrated, because what do you ask the guy? Like, okay, so you have like data, you have video evidence of Karen's car starting that you've synced with the data that shows the clock running, and then you can show the timing. You can't impeach any of that. So I would have said, okay, like Brennan moved on us at the last minute, in the sense that this guy put it all together and figured out the way that different clocks, the iPhone clock in in John's phone, and the Lexus clock in Karen's car, he figured out how to sync them. It shows the exact timeline of the impact. Like, we're screwed. So just go up there and like embarrass him, you know. And Alessi's not that kind of person, so it's kind of like a nerd battle. It was really interesting to watch, by the way. Yeah, it's going to get so much worse for the defense, though. Like, if this is what you're doing to the foundational, this is why I know it's a little weird. I was talking to a dear friend the other day, who knew my dad, and I was talking to them, and their wife was a lawyer, and wasn't a lawyer, but they were a lawyer. And there was a moment in the conversation where him and I knew exactly what we were talking about. Like, we didn't even have to discuss the elements of murder 2, et cetera. But the wife was like, oh, what about intent? And we both just looked at her, were like, you don't need intent for reckless. He said, like, reckless homicide or reckless or malice second-degree murder. And I was like, you don't need intent for murder 2. And then we just moved on to the conversation. But it made me realize a lot of things I take for granted because I have a formal legal education, but I am not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. None of this is legal advice. Doesn't necessarily come across. So the analysis of the way Bob Alessi did his cross today of the Karen Reed trial witness, my analysis is it was desperation. It was the kind of thing you do when you cannot cross on the actual substance, and you're so worried about the substance being damning to your client that you use a very old trick, which is, okay, let's just make it more about the witness. The thing is, this witness is like a nerd. I'm not using that pejoratively. He's like a data processing nerd. He's very good at like talking hexadecimal. He doesn't interpret the data the way an accident reconstructionist would do. He's a forensic scientist. So, like, yes, Alessi is the perfect person to cross him because Alessi's a nerd. So Alessi's like, okay, I'm a nerd. What would be hard for me to answer? Like, oh, your LinkedIn says that you're a student there, or like you graduated because, you know, whatever year you finished, but your CV says you're still attending. That would make a nerd embarrassed, but it's not substantive. Oh my goodness. It's like, it's just so, it was such a ridiculous, like weird theatrical dance that Alessi was doing. And I was getting frustrated because I was like, stop bullying this man, Alessi. Like, you know, he's got you dead to rights. Stop bullying him. And second of all, Alessi, why are you bullying anyone? Used to be an environmental lawyer. Bully people in depositions. You are not a criminal lawyer in this regard, in my opinion. What are you doing? It was I was so frustrated because it's disrespectful. It's not like there's a certain like unspoken decorum that or like camaraderie that exists between lawyers that doesn't really exist in this case. This is a very unique polemical case. There's a lot of fighting involved. But my word, ladies and gentlemen, like at least Alessi and Brennan respected each other, like the rules of the game. But that was Alessi today just being very disrespectful. It wasn't substantive. And so I'm doing some analysis here. We're going to watch some of it a little later in the recap. But it wasn't substantive. And the data, this is just a day one of probably like 7 of data. People were asking, oh, how's this trial going to keep going? This is day 1 of 7. It's going to be rough. If Alessi wants to cross each of the aperture witnesses for 4 to 8 or 12 hours, we're going to be here until like August. Judge Cannoni, none of us, we won't be going to the Cape. I don't even know where Judge Cannoni goes. It's just someone said one time she goes to the Cape, and now we're all just like, oh, she must be going to the Cape. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, continuing. Oh, God bless you. Someone said another super towel chat. You all just enjoyed the Karen Cam. You enjoyed the analysis. I need to say thank you, even though we're doing our recap. This is going to be the most roundabout recap. God bless you, LLA. God bless you, Amber Am. Oh, goodness, you are all making Little Towel feel like Mandy Strong jumped in there, Allie 90211. That never say the towel friends do not appreciate all the camaraderie and information we educate, inform, and entertain here on Towel Stream. You can join us every day, starting roughly 7:30 a.m., youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. This is also your reminder that we Towel Stream has the morning off tomorrow. I know. Listen, you all must be devastated, and I am devastated too. I am horribly sad that I will not be there to listen to more hours of Bob Alessi, probably bringing up the ceiling fan. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you're not actually sad about that. And I'm saying, yes, no, I'm going to terribly miss my time with Bob Alessi. It's very special, even though I got frustrated with him today because he was being a little disrespectful of the rules of the game. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us do our second part of the recap, which is why you joined in with this document on the screen. You might be saying, Grant, what's going on? Why do you have a document on the screen? Well, I guess because you all are special towel friends, I will do the very special towel maneuvering here. You can see we have Towel Stream up in the background too. I will do our very special maneuvering, and I will make it so that we can all read this document together. The other piece of breaking news is Aidan Kearney has lost 10 of his 16 motions to dismiss involving his open felony cases out of Norfolk Superior Court. Now, Kearney has a number of other charges. There are 4 other felony charges facing Kearney in Norfolk Superior Court. Neither of those are subject to that motion, but they do play into our analysis because we have to total up we have to figure out the total number of charges Kearney is still facing after this motion to dismiss, which, as I mentioned, Kearney won 6 of the motion counts to dismiss and lost 10. 6 wins, 10 losses. We will go through each witness that the charges stuck against. We will go through each witness that the charges were dismissed against. There are only 2 that the charges were really dismissed against, that being involving Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan. The charges that stuck, we're going to go through them right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, as I mentioned, and I can tell you all are finding this extremely helpful. And yes, I was one of the first people to get this document because I'm a towel and I know how to engage with the court system respectfully, and I do that all the time, and I am a member of the media. Now, let's begin. The grand jury heard testimony from Chris Albert and watched numerous video exhibits which supported the requisite elements of the charges. We're deep into the motion that Kearney, the memorandum and decision on the motion to dismiss. We are on page 29, the first full paragraph, if you want to join us, if you have the document. The best way to get the document, of course, ladies and gentlemen, would be to do something like go onto Towel's Twitter. It is the very top post. You'll find the PDF link to the document at the bottom because we link primary source exhibits when we are covering court documents on Towel Stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't know. I think the next court date is in the coming months. He actually has a trial coming up. It's in district court, though, ladies and gentlemen. And district court trials are a little bit weird. I don't think I'm going to be covering that one. And it might be while the Reed trials and deliberations. But anyway, we'll see. That case, I kind of said a long time ago I'm not really going to continue. I'll cover a little bit of Aidan Kearney's cases, but I basically recused myself outside of how Kearney's case intersects with the Reed case a while ago. Not because of Kearney, although I guess Kearney did walk by me nicely the other day because my dad had passed away, but I don't know. Anyway, the point is it's more just because I have my own personal involvements, and yes, I think it's important that I cover documents like this, but I have to remember my own human existence. I'm more than just a towel. I'm an anthropomorphic towel. But let's begin. 10 losses. The grand jury heard testimony from Chris Albert and watched numerous video exhibits which supported the requisite elements of the charges. Kearney's actions were directed at Chris, and the grand jury could have reasonably found Kearney's actions and words were harassing or intimidating. Specifically, in various video exhibits, Kearney advises Chris and his family to stop going out in public and shares that he is aware and informed of Chris's whereabouts. See Grand Jury Exhibit 598, Life as Normal is Over. Grand Jury Exhibit Episode 598, I've got pictures of you. in this video, oh goodness, if a judge, oh my God, the judge was watching the YouTube videos. In this video, Kearney, this is the judge leaving a footnote. In this video, Kearney states the following. If you go out in public and you go to the grocery store or whatever, people are taking pictures of you. I've got a picture of you, Chris, and your wife, Julie, because I know you're watching, Chris. This is quoting Kearney. This is a judge quoting Kearney. It's about a week or so ago. You went to Twin River Casino, didn't you? Is it still called Twin River? I thought it's owned by like some big corporation now. I got pictures of you at Twin River Casino. Like, Turtle Riders, we're going to find you, and they're going to find you, which is ironic because strangely then people started taking pictures of Karen Reed and Alan Jackson places. So, like, I don't know. That's weird. And to any Turtle Rider sees you in public, they're going to do this. Oh, but see, what's weird is, like, yes, they kind of do, but, like, Turtle Riders can also be, like, friendly. Like, not, like, yes, like, they have very strong opinions. Like, if they have an opinion about a piece of evidence or something, like, they're going to have a strong opinion. But they actually can be very friendly. Like, I know Aiden, like, I don't know if he would, like, love or hate it, but, like, some of them are just decent, like, honest to God, like, salt of the earth people. Like, they're not all just going to be like, okay, like, I'm going to run up to you and bother you. Some of them will, like, give you a hug. I get, like, Aiden says this stuff, but just know, like, I don't see all Turtle Riders that way. And I think, like, they would even say that. Like, they would be like, yes, like, no, we're not all like that. But still, this is the point, is the judge is quoting Aiden. This is how Aiden is talking about his own fans. Any Turtle Rider sees you in public, they're going to do this. They're going to take pictures of you. They're going to send it to me. We need to accelerate it. Oh, when did you say this, Aiden? I'm not telling you what to do, but inaudible, fantastic job with this. Fantastic job. Okay, yeah, well, just like, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I am a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. But when a judge... Like, normally it's a message from the judicial system if the judge is putting a footnote in a decision and quoting something you said. Like, it's like the judge kind of being like, yes, like, I saw this, and, like, this just tanked your argument. So, like, I don't know, like, it doesn't have to be a message in the sense that, like, oh, the judge is morally condemning it, which I think the judge is, but it's also just a message in the sense, like, the judge is saying, don't you understand how tactically disadvantageous, like, these statements are to your case, you know, like, but the judge isn't saying that, but that's, like, reading between the lines, in my opinion. On numerous occasions, Kearney stood outside of Chris's restaurant while yelling Chris and his son Colin were murderers and accosted customers as they left, asking them why they would support a murderer such as Chris. Okay, that's not good. Based on the foregoing evidence, the grand jury could have reasonably found that Kearney's solicitation of his followers to order food from Chris's restaurant and not pick it up and pay for it were designed to and did inflict an economic or emotional injury. You know, I gotta say, like, that's the part that's going to cause Kearney, I think, a lot of trouble with the jury, because I'm sure, like, this business, like, just like any other business, will keep track, and they're going to be able to show their year by year. And it's going to be, like, it's not just civil. And again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. None of this is legal advice. I am a lay towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. But it's when you can show your year by year, and if you can show, like, a drastic increase in fake orders, and then therefore there's also a decline in revenue, or it could be a decline in revenue because orders started going down at that time. Like, if you can show that, even if it gets supplemented over time because people, like, feel bad or something, my word, like, that is the core of the charge. That's what the judge is saying, and they're sure going to have it. Like, there's no way that man's business was not hurt economically, and that's a very objective fact. Furthermore, the grand jury could reasonably interpret Kearney calling Chris a murderer, unexpectedly showing up at his restaurant and telling Chris that he would leave him alone if he and Colin came clean about O'Keefe's death, as harassing or intimidating behavior intended to or with reckless disregard for the fact that it may interfere with Chris's role as a witness in the Reed case. Okay, so they're saying if you tell someone to come clean, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, so this is dangerous, because the judge cites to ASR v. AKA 92 Mass Appeals Court 270, and the pin cites 279 from 2017, and the quote or the summarization of the pin cite with a quote is, given volume and nature of defendant's messages combined with unexpected appearances constituted harassment and would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress, substantial emotional distress. Wow. As to the intimidation of Colin Albert, the Commonwealth established probable cause that Kearney has intimidated Colin. Oh, so there you go. Chris Albert charges stick. As to the intimidation of Colin Albert, the Commonwealth established probable cause that Kearney had intimidated Colin in violation of GLC 26813B. Specifically, Kearney broadcast Colin's cell phone number and then left a voicemail, which the grand jurors... Oh, sorry about that. Dropped my phone while I was trying to look at my comments. Which the grand jurors could have found aggressive, harassing, or threatening. Grand jury example, episode 596, called to Colin Albert. See Commonwealth v. Nordstrom, 100 Mass Appellate Court, 493, pin site 501, 2021. The grand jury could have reasonably found that Kearney's statements that he would show up at Colin's practices and games until he quits the football team as threatening, intimidating, or harassing, especially in light of the fact that Colin chose to not play football in 2023 in order to prevent such conduct. Oh no. This is bad for Aiden. Oh no. Whoa. Yeah, this is going to trial. I mean, the judges teeing it up too. And all this stuff's going to come in. Moreover, the grand jury could have reasonably attributed that the purpose of Kearney's conduct was to interfere with Colin's testimony in the Reed case because Kearney said he would leave Colin and Chris alone if they came clean about O'Keefe's death. Grand jury transcript, December 14, 2023, page 22. As to Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to warrant a finding of probable cause of witness intimidation as to both of them. Kearney has unexpectedly shown up to the McCabe residence and filmed the inside of their home. Yeah, he did do that. He walked up to their front door and filmed through the door. Such conduct very well could have been done to intimidate or harass Jennifer and Matt. See Commonwealth v. Robinson, Mass. 102, 2005. Defendant photographing victim's family shortly after show cause hearing was an act of sufficient hostility to constitute intimidation under GLC 26813B. Bigelow, 475 Mass at 568. As part of the contextual analysis, an individual's right to be let alone in his home is relevant. Commonwealth v. Castano, Mass Appellate Court 705, pin site 708, 709, 2007. Defendant's gesture of taking a photograph of witness constituted witness intimidation. Wow. Moreover, Kearney unexpectedly making an appearance at Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe's two oldest daughters' lacrosse game, filming them as he calls them cop killers. So it wasn't just that he was filming them, it was filming them as he called them cop killers, and then subsequently stating that he made a scene and got kicked out of the lacrosse game because he kept calling Jennifer a cop killer. Grand jury transcript, December 5th, 2023, page 40, is evidence that Kearney intended to harass and impede, obstruct, delay, or interfere with Jennifer's and Matt's roles as witnesses in the Reed case. Footnote 34. This is also supported by the fact that Kearney has stated he is happy Jennifer McCabe has been shamed into not attending court. GG episode 623, Jen McCabe. Huh. Well, she can't go to court anyway because she's sequestered right now, but he must be talking about pre-trial. In sum, Kearney's conduct, particularly in the context of showing up to the McCabe's daughter's high school lacrosse game, is that really hurt him, huh? Is evidence of intentional conduct that is harassing, intimidating, or threatening with intent to punish the McCabe's and impede a criminal proceeding. Therefore, the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to indict Kearney under 26813B. As to Elizabeth Proctor, the grand jury heard testimony that Kearney disseminated Elizabeth's employment information and encouraged his followers to post negative comments about Elizabeth on her employer's social media pages, which they did. Additionally, Kearney's public sharing of Elizabeth's personal phone number along with the content of the voicemail message could reasonably find Kearney's conduct to be harassing, intimidating, or threatening with the intent to impede, obstruct, or otherwise delay the Reed case, which her husband was heavily involved in. Oh, God bless you, Penny. God bless you. I saw that sticker. I love that sticker. You can be the #1 Towel fan. Oh, your third super on a live stream. God bless you for that, Penny. C. Johnson, 470 Mass at 312, posting victims' personal information online done to ensure that the victims were harassed by telephone and showing up at their home. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Therefore, the grand jury heard evidence sufficient to indict under 268.13b. Oh, so that there you go. There's Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, now Julie Nagel. The grand jury heard testimony that Kearney has posted articles accusing Julie Nagel that she is part of the cover-up of O'Keefe's death and that she needs to tell the truth. Grand jury transcript, December 19, 2023. Juliana testified that she believes Kearney has posted articles making such accusations because he wants her to change her testimony. GG testimony 12/19/2023. While Kearney asserts that the grand jury heard no direct evidence that he intended to impede or interfere with the Reed case or did so in reckless disregard of the impact it would have, the grand jury was permitted to draw reasonable inferences pertaining to Kearney's intent from the circumstantial evidence presented. See Commonwealth v. Trong Vo Tam, 49 Mass Appellate Court, 31 site, Pin site 39, number 13, 2000. Probable cause may be established by reasonable inferences from the evidence. And as noted above, telling a witness to tell the truth, as in their version of the truth, can be done with the intent to influence a witness's testimony. Oh my word! See Cruzado Loreno, 404 F3D at 487. He cites to a federal decision. Oh no! He's changed. Oh no! Oh! Oh, whoa! I'm pretty sure this changes the standard in Massachusetts. Well, at least it incorporates the federal precedent. Oh, you can't encourage a witness to tell the truth. Oh, no. Oh no. Oh, wow. Oh, this has devastating implications. And the site, which is controlling, is from Cruzado Loreno, 404 F3D at 487. That's the Federal Reporter. Is it the 3rd district? So it's persuade. It doesn't matter. He incorporated it into his ruling. I mean, I think the way it works is he can use it. He's incorporating. He's making it He's making it common law, at least in Massachusetts. Oh my word! That is a very big decision. That is a very big decision. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. Therefore, the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to indict under 268.13b. Like, there's a reason he cited to a federal case there, the judge here, in my opinion. Okay, so those are the ones that stuck. Here are the ones that Kearney won on. As to Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan, however, the court is persuaded that the evidence presented was insufficient to sustain the indictment. With respect to Proctor, the grand jury watched the video of Kearney call Proctor's work phone, repeat his work phone number, and leave an ominous voicemail. As a result of the broadcast, Proctor received a number of messages and calls calling him to change his phone number. Grand jury transcript 12/14/2023. With respect to Buchanan, the grand jury were informed that on or about September 15, 2023, as Yuri Buchanan entered the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse, Kearney hurled insults and epithets at Yuri Buchanan. While Kearney's conduct of sharing Proctor's phone number and the content of his voicemail are distasteful and his statements to Buchanan are insulting, it is not clear that his conduct is in either regard was intended to impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or interfere with the Reed case. As such, the court finds that the grand jury did not hear evidence sufficient for those two indictments. So it looks like sharing a work phone number, repeating the work phone number, leaving a voicemail, and then yelling things at a trooper, yelling insults and epithets at a trooper is not enough. Now we got the conspiracy part. The grand jury indicted Kearney on 3 counts of conspiracy in violation of GLC 274-7. For the Commonwealth to sustain an indictment under this statute, it must show that Kearney entered into an agreement or plan with at least one other individual that the purpose of the agreement was to do something unlawful or to do something lawful by unlawful means. What does that mean? I'm going to go across this river, which is lawful, but I'm going to do it by surfing an endangered dolphin? And Kearney joined the agreement knowing of the unlawful agreement with the intent to help carry it out. All right, so note, you cannot help someone ford a river by using an endangered dolphin in order to help them swim across. Crossing the river, even on a dolphin, might be legal, but if you conspire to do it on a protected dolphin, it's conspiracy. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. This is not legal advice. Do not attempt to ford a river with a dolphin. Do you understand me? Do not attempt to ford a river with a dolphin. Oh, someone's asking for a link to the Turtle Boy document. Okay, I mean, it's on the top of my Twitter if we're going to continue reading it. So we don't have to read this whole summary, but we will get to the important part of the conspiracy charges being dismissed, because at least we should see what the nature of the dismissal is. So the argument was that Webb, the grand jury heard evidence that Kearney had Webb run license plates in September of 2023. However, the judge finds that the grand jury did not hear evidence sufficient to indict Kearney on conspiracy. Specifically, hold on, I'm posting a link to the, there you go, there's the Kearney document. Follow that Twitter link if you want to follow along. The PDF's at the bottom. Specifically, the Commonwealth did not present evidence to support the notion that Kearney requested Reb run the license plate for the purpose of intimidating or harassing Jen McCabe, Michael Proctor, or Elizabeth Proctor. It must be shown that the defendant was aware of the objective of the conspiracy which was alleged. Therefore, the grand jury did not hear evidence insufficient to indict Kearney on conspiracy to intimidate. Kearney argues that the integrity of the grand jury proceedings was impaired and because of the curative instruction, and that the prosecutor misstated the law and elicited proper testimony. Kearney loses on all three of those. He loses on the curative instruction. He loses on the argument about misstating the law, which the judge finds, the judge disagrees with Kearney about that. And then the judge says here Kearney's argument misses the mark. And then no proper opinion testimony, and if there was, it didn't impact the proceeding. Therefore, we get to the end of the order, allowed in part, so 6 counts dismissed, denied in part, 10 counts remain. There's 4 other counts in Norfolk Superior Court, and then 1 count in Dedham District Court. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a comprehensive towel. Now we get to do Murder by Maestro's favorite part of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, and we get to take a look at the summary of the testimony. So here we go. We're going to look at the times Karen Reed left. We're going to look at what happened with this wonderful witness. Yes, folks may say the witness's cross was a little bumpy, but yes, that was 2 nerds going at each other, and Alessi was afraid to address the black box data. And now you might be saying, okay, my name is Murder by Maestro, and I was so in, maybe you're saying my name is Murder by Maestro, and I'm a towel, and I speak hexadecimal, and I was so enthralled in coverage earlier that I actually want to watch some of those key moments from Shannon Burgess, the state's expert witness again, during Towel's recap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you tuned in at the right moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you tuned in at the right moment, because we are going to watch that recap now. Now let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be good, efficient little towels. Now, by the way, if we're going to be good, efficient little towels, we have to do 2 things. 1, we have to pull our screen over. And 2, what we really want to do is we want to be able to watch this video, and that's exactly what I am going to bring up on your screen now. And you might be saying, are you doing that because you are a towel? And the answer is yes. Yes, indeed, I am doing that because I am a towel. Now, I would normally full screen it, but I actually have a plan to make this more efficient. And you might be saying, Tal, this is not efficient at all. This is the antithesis of efficient. My brain works like a computer. Why must you do all this by hand? Well, you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because I am a towel, and I am intent on doing real-time video production, even during recaps, because I want to show people that you, too, can be the master of your own destiny as long as you follow court rules, subscribe to the SJC media feed, get approval to do so, and don't, in violation of existing rules, which mean a lot to Little Towel because I care about the integrity of the court process, attempt to do so without permission of the court. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, then I will become an incredulous Little Towel, and I will yell things like, I am a Little Towel. And there's nothing you can do about it. I won't care if you complain about it. I will just not read it. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. If you try to, gaslight me or bother me because I have an opinion that undermines what you're doing, I don't care. I'm not talking about you, towel friends. I'm speaking to the people who undermine the integrity of the court process. Now let's watch Shannon Burgess's testimony before Little Towel gets even more riled up. And by the way, Murder by Maestro is a super towel, and everything Murder by Maestro says is gospel, and I want to subscribe to their newsletter. Please leave a link for me to do so.
As well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called V-Box equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later 2 events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you in sidebar.
These are moments. Pay very close attention to this, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are monitoring closely. I am slightly calmed down after getting very excitable earlier. I'm doing okay, ladies and gentlemen. No, it was only sustained for the time being. Brennan laid a foundation. Now we're going back. They'll talk at sidebar. They'll explain what foundation's needed. Then Brennan will ask more questions. Then it will come in. Folks, this is coming in. This is huge. This means that Hank Brennan doesn't need to rely just on key cycle data from Karen Reed's Lexus in order to track the timeline of events leading up to the moment of collision around 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on 1/29/2022. It means Brennan can use the running stopwatch from within the Lexus's infotainment and black box system, although those are two different things because actually there's 3 chips and the infotainment and black box are 2 different chips. But the point is on the infotainment system, there's a running stopwatch that starts when the car turns on. This is what we're talking about right now. Oh, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about right now. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. When the car turned on, there's a timestamp. You can see the anticipation in the room. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is huge. We still got another hour and 20 minutes before lunch as well. Hank Brennan's crescendoing. The evidence is crescendoing. We are about to get to the moment we're going to talk about the impact events. If someone, I have a little bit of resources. I don't even want to leave to go pick up my Burger King. I shouldn't get Burger King. It's a lot of sugar. Murdered by Maestro will get mad at me and yell at me in hexadecimal format. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many things going on, but I really need to eat. I haven't had any calories. I'm in auctioneering announcer towel mode. We're far past the horses being let go down the park, ladies and gentlemen. This is beyond a horse race. This is some intense moments. I'm getting into auctioneering announcer towel mode. God bless and help those of you who listen to this at 2x speed. I don't know if you'll be able to actually understand what I'm saying. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you're here for the moments. You're in the chat. It's so good to see so many of you towel friends as we monitor and watch the courtroom as we get ready to return from a very big, momentous, intense sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Towel is ready. The towel friends are ready. Our towels are peacefully armed and ready for the peaceful invasion, which is actually an occupation. We can call it some kind of liberation of northern France. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, just a few more seconds now. Towel needs to go get his cheeseburger, but by God, these moments are important. Have you ever needed to weigh a cheeseburger against an important court moment, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, calories are important. Let's begin.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on. And then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. and then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engaged in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to that SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power-on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure, so that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure, so it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power-on event of January 29, 2022, of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power-off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was, and that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power-on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's a totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events of the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
So there you go, friends. That was part one. The sync data. You can see what Reed's lawyers are so concerned about, folks. You can see it. And by the way, I will make a towel statement here. I think it is important to me that people feel welcome here. So it's not that like if you have a contrarian voice we don't want you, but it's just like if you discuss other commentators rather than yourself, it's like it's not positive. That's just the line. Like the second you make anyone feel uncomfortable, we're not going to have you here. I think you're very respectful, Trail Man. I appreciate all your comments and support. You're very kind to me. But like, if you make like any other towels feel uncomfortable or like they have to block you, like I just can't have it. Like, even though yes, they could just block you, I don't want to deal with it. I just feel like that undermines like the spirit of congeniality. So it's more like a vibe. Like, you're welcome here. Just try to discuss the facts. And obviously, Murder by Maestro and Super Towel Mandy and so many others, like, they're watching, and they're eventually just going to feel like whether I give the nod or not, like it's undermining the discussion. And yeah, like in general, I think it's not that you're getting discontent, and this is during the summary of the day, which is so funny. It's more just like, there's a certain point where you become like, it's not gaslighting or sea lining, but just because you're talking about other commentators, you become the subject of discussion. And really, like, if you want to talk about your view, just tie it to the evidence that's being discussed and try to avoid discussing your other commentators. That's the standard. And again, like, it's a vibe thing. So like, a few people over the time on this channel, even though like they're very nice to me and respectful, regardless of their viewpoint, like, they started bothering other commentators, and I just don't like that. Not because it's any one person getting favored over the other. It's just a general vibe. So I don't know. It's a vibe thing. We are towels. You just got to understand the fluffy nature of the towel universe and try to just join it. Yeah, like, we're not passive aggressive. We don't really troll. We kind of just, like, the way that we are here is like, even if someone might disagree on an issue with them, we're more likely to be nice to them if they're just like, oh, well, you all are like so kind here. Like, I may disagree with you, but like, at least you're all nice. Like, so like, I don't know. That's what I would say. If you don't feel that way, you don't have to express it. Yeah, that's so listen, I'm getting a lot of reports here, and we'll talk about it more, that people are showing court feeds without having approval from the court. And it's just, I'm starting to wonder if people are unauthorized in accessing these feeds and passing it around. I saw screenshots going around today. Like, respect the decorum of the court. How are you going to go out there and like constantly proselytize about, and it becomes sanctimonious, about Aidan Kearney flaunting the dignity and integrity of the court, and then just smack the court in the face, like, not literally, proverbially, by undermining the integrity of the media access order. It frustrates Little Towel. It frustrates Little Towel. Look at me, I'm back on the screen. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. I was actually there with you the whole time. I was just watching and drinking my water. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, anytime anybody's like being passive aggressive, okay. Trailman, I think it's more like we're getting negative now, and you literally, on the recap, people are going to be like, there was an intervention. Like, we don't have to accuse anybody else of living in an echo chamber. That's the exact thing I don't want. And like, we may have to move you on. Well, we will have a discussion. It's not like, I get you're just one person, but I don't think you realize, like, like, I have a very good memory, so every person, like, I associate with like statements they say, and like, I remember when and where you left your comments, and so it does kind of bother me to have to move you on. I just want you to be friendly with your fellow towels. It's not really such a big ask, and I don't know, like, yes, you can see Lion, and you can obviously tell I know what is going on, but I just want you to not do that here. So, I don't know. We will move you on eventually. I don't want to. I will feel bad about it. You might not. But, like, why would you want to make me feel bad? I'm just trying to help you be informed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. We now need to watch the conclusion. This is the last part of the testimony that we're going to watch as it wraps up, and then Alessi goes into cross, so we need to get finally updated. It was a lot of data. People were like, hey, why are you saying it's such bombshells? Okay, so I am trying to explain that this data is very complex. This is the foundational witness from Aperture, and this data in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial will then be presented through other witnesses from Aperture, along with other presentations that are actually translated for a layperson. This is information for people who are nerds. Absolutely nerds. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You enter a graduation date and it automatically changes on LinkedIn. Like, the guy was not misrepresenting anything. It's just ridiculous. It was just, it's not even like outside of the norm though. Like, on cross, if you're desperate, that's what you do. Like, you throw stuff at the wall that doesn't even make sense. You just attack the witness. It's a classic tactic. It didn't really work there. But all right, let's watch a little bit more of Shannon Burgess's testimony, because what the defense was so worried about is that people were going to watch these exact videos. So that's what we're going to do.
What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brewer.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not, of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus to January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Take us to Exhibit 34, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com.
Just want to tell you folks, the one analysis that we missed right before that clip started was the 5:07 a.m. start of Karen's car leaving John's house, and then the 5:42 it turns off, which was when she got, I think, to Jen McCabe's house after 5:35 a.m. So that was that trip there. More data coming there for sure, but let's continue listening.
Surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on this system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways? Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred, and when the power on event occurred, and when the power off event occurred at 12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gillen, could you help us?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck, and that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock?
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. How frequent that activity occurs, because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important tech stream events?
Correct. There were two tech stream events.
Remind us what those were?
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two tech stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the tech stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the tech stream events have that running clock from ignition on, and because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from tech stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down, or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if you could turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones?
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes.
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes. As far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah. So that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest, and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those 2 tech stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first tech stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds, and that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
I see. When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative, or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point, And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So that's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed-in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. Then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction, and then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
Okay. After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred, according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the tech stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the tech stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended, or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Now, folks, this was leading up to what is the most important part of the day. I'm glad we actually stuck around because, look at that, it should pop up in a second. Hold on, little towels, I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. We have to switch this over. 1 second, little towels. We have to switch it over to this. Okay, now we are going to go back to 12:26 p.m. because the 3-point turn testimony was not in that clip. I'm not sure how that happened. I am a towel. But we are not going to be deterred, little towels, because I captured the whole thing, and we are going to watch it now. And we watched the 3-point turn testimony. Now we are going to watch the key moment, which was the backup event. And then I actually need to make this clip for a few reasons, because I want to clip the backup event. And then also, because we're switching to a different window view here, you need to give Little Towel a little second so I can be a little towel. All right, there we go. Now there we go. Look at me being an efficient little towel. Look at that. I am such an efficient towel. All right, now we need to go to about 12:26 in the afternoon, so stay with me, little towels. We are going to pick up exactly where we left off in testimony as Hank Brennan was crescendoing, and we are going to listen to those moments, ladies and gentlemen, where the backup event is discussed. And you might be saying, how was that not in the clip? I think it was because that was a 1 gig clip and I needed to combine 2 clips and I left off the last part of it. But that's okay, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's still Hank Brennan talking, which means we don't have to listen to Bob Alessi, who was clearly concerned by this data. We are going to go right to 12:26 p.m. How do I know we were at 12:26 p.m.? Because I was watching the clip we were just watching, and now we are going to listen to the backup event. This was the moment, ladies and gentlemen. The backup event is a very key moment of this testimony. We are going to pick up right now. I'm a little towel, and God bless everyone.
Methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks.
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks. But it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between that text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, how long? Familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Okay. Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes. So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Okay, folks, do you see how that direct ended? That's why I didn't clip it, because it was just a few minutes at the end and it went over the size for my recording. But, folks, that was the big moment. That was the big moment there, right there, folks. The backup event, it was short, but it's clippable. It's important. I'm gonna clip that section of what we just watched out. My word, ladies and gentlemen, that was a huge moment. If you missed today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial recap, you just saw it again right there. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in tomorrow after 11 a.m. where I will pick up for late morning coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, day 20. On youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Thanks as always for watching this recap. I'm going to go back and talk to the towel friends. Oh, towel friends, that was huge. Did you hear that? We did our recap, but I feel like we have to watch that again and do another clip just about that, like 3 minutes of testimony. Murder by Maestro. Remember these moments, friend. 12:28 p.m. to 12:32 p.m. on May 19th, 2025. That's when we got the backup data confirmation. That was the big moment. I'm so sorry I missed it in my earlier clip. I realized what I did, though. What I did was I segregated it into 2 separate clips so that I could just upload the clip about the backup data. And I forgot to upload it because I'm a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's okay. We'll make an even better clip now because we're towels. Hold on, stay with me.
To a reasonable degree of science, an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes, so these 2 clocks are at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second.
Hold on.
This is
okay, let's clip it.
Clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
Okay, ready? Let's clip it. Let's clip it. We got to watch this again. This is huge. This is absolute huge. Yep. I agree with you, Murder by Maestro, about Karen's phones. This is absolutely huge. Someone asked a question. Hold on. Where was it? Let's see. Yeah, the John was that you voicemail was big. Very, very big. We're going to rewatch what we just listened to. Oh, a snapshot of the collision. I think they have to do a reconstruction. I'm not sure what data they captured about that exactly. There's a lot that's going to come in through Aperture. We're going to have to watch closely. It won't come in tomorrow during Alessi's Cross. He's probably going to go all day. God help us. But let's watch this clip again. It's very important, in my opinion. Pardon me, towel has an issue where I breathe air into my stomach because I struggle and I'm not doing well and I have a headache, but we're going to get through this. I'm a towel. We're over 10 hours into Towel Stream. That shows how committed some of you are. We're 10 hours in. Some of you are still here. God bless you. We work hard on Towel Stream. We recap. That recap was an hour and 20 minutes or something, and I felt like it was nothing. I was like, oh, I'm just recapping after watching a court stream for 8 hours. I'm a towel. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you missed it earlier today, this was the big moment. This was the big moment in the testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial on day 19. It's just 3 or 4 minutes, folks, but it's explosive. There was a backup event captured on Karen Reed's Lexus data, different from a three-point turn, that occurred around 12:23, 12:24 a.m. on the morning John O'Keefe was allegedly struck. There was a backup event around 12:31 into 12:32 a.m., just seconds before John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29, 2022, when he was allegedly sideswiped by Karen's car, causing him to fall to the ground, suffer a traumatic brain injury, and then die over the next 5 or 6 hours from hypothermia. Ladies and gentlemen, and the head injury. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the moment, because this backup event is everything. It was explosive. It was huge. It's everything. It has all the data, and it's from Karen's car, time synced to John's phone, which keeps time different than a Lexus clock. But Karen Reed prosecutors, Hank Brennan and his team, have Karen Reed's clock data from the Lexus. They don't have to use key cycles to track when Karen Reed, what time she left the waterfall, what time John and Karen got to Fairview Road, what time they made a three-point turn, what time Karen sat outside the house for with John until she made her backup maneuver, allegedly striking John when he was outside her car on the lawn of a home. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to it. It was a big moment. We're going to listen to it right now.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the three-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Okay. Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes. So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there is a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say test stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
You heard it there, ladies and gentlemen. The backup event perfectly synced to the moments John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving to the second almost, ladies and gentlemen. It all lines up. That's what Bob Alessi and Karen Reed's team was so worried about. That was the moment of today's day 19 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. You can follow every day, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis with the unique Karen Cam footage. Okay, I'm going to go back to talk to the towel friends now. Thanks for watching this clip. All right, towels. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long day. It's been a very long day. We're almost 11 hours into Towel Stream. We're 10 and a half hours in. I'm exhausted. I love you, dear little towels, though. I'm committed to you all, and I work to do my best to educate, inform, and entertain you all throughout the day. We always close the same way here. Number one, the way you can support this stream. It doesn't cost anything. You can like the channel. You can like the video you're watching while it's live. You can subscribe to Towel Channel. Those are very easy ways. You can turn your ad blocker off. Apparently that really helps the channel. I don't really understand that as much. I'm working on making the ads balanced. I hope you like them. The other things you can do to support the channel, you can become a member on Towel Stream. That gives you, we just got a new member a few minutes ago. Welcome to the Towel Fold. I think it was all of 19. Feel free, or all of 9. I don't remember the exact username, but I'm going to look again down in the comments. Feel free to use your new towel emojis. They are wonderful. Oh, God bless you, Amber Am. Towel will always keep going. The other thing is, if you really like this stream, we got some very kind donations today to support the public information service here. There are ways to directly support Little Towel. Did you know we even have clickable links now? Because Murder by Maestro is a super towel and helped me figure it out, because I'm not very good at common sense things like keeping myself alive or not wandering the countryside in a robe preaching morals to people in exchange for food, which I would totally do. But yes, God bless every single little towel who sent support today. Supporting these efforts and this public information service means a lot to me. This is, as I mentioned, rooted in the Reithian ideals of educating, informing, and entertaining the public. We use entertainment as a hook here, as a small hook, which is important. People want to be entertained, even in serious matters, in order to educate and inform people, to uplift and engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative form of government, in particular the judicial and legislative branches. So, oh, God bless you, Eva. Oh, my goodness, there's a sticker. And it is a little pair dancing with hearts. Oh, my dear God. That is quite possibly the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I love emojis attached to those stickers. They make Little Towel's hearts so bright. And then I do Little Towel giggles. Oh, my goodness. That is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Every time I'm like, oh my God, they can't get better, and they somehow get better. Oh, I just want to meet that little pear creature. I'd be like, you're a towel. The pear is an honorary towel. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that is part 1 of our outro. Part 2, I need to now go through. This is the part you all love so much. I get to go through and say hello to every single one of you. Yep, and it ends up going, the time works. We do our recap. We say goodbye. You all get your other recaps. I will see you tomorrow around 11 a.m. I'm not going to see the first part of Bob Alessi's Cross, but I will be with you in the late morning. But yes, Kat, oh goodness. Oh, that's the thing. You want to see Karen Reed leaving court? Mandy, God bless you, dear friend. Oh, look at that. It's a lemon towel. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh no, you're going to overwhelm Towel with cuteness. It is a lemon towel throwing a heart. That is a lemon towel at heart. I'm telling you, that creature is a towel. God bless you, Mandy. God bless you, Little Towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now you want to see Karen Reed leaving court? Of course you do. I am a towel, and I would never let you little towels down like that. I could not do such a thing. Do you realize it would be inhumane for me not to show you Karen Reed leaving court today? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have it for you here. Yes, I am an erudite, informed, and accurate little towel, and I bring clips of Karen Reed leaving court, even if I don't want to watch them on this stream, but that's okay. We will bring it up anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all right, hold on. Let me get rid of that thing. Hold on, I can't actually do it that way. I have to do this in my little towel way, so stay with little towel. I have a plan here. I did not just give up on this plan. We are going to watch Karen Reed leaving court. You ready for this? Hold on. Watch me be a little towel. Watch me be a little towel. Oh, no, we don't want to watch that. We want to watch that, little towels. Let's look at it. Here's Karen Reed leaving court.
Yeah, my reaction is that Attorney Brennan represented to this court and to us just last week that he was surprised to get a report on May 8th that was only shared with us on May 11th. And now we find out from this witness that Attorney Brennan knew this report was coming the whole time.
No, that's wrong, because the witness said he prepared the report, and just in his intro, he copy-pasted this part that was like, as you requested, but really what it should have been was like, as a follow-up to the report you initially requested, but the witness didn't write that exact thing. Karen, don't mislead the media. I know what's going on. Oh my goodness, Sheffield Towel, you left a super chat, dear friend, with some kind of towel pair, pumping iron. Oh my God. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is a now intent among the towel friends and the towel universe to not only make towel talk about how Sheffield United is the greatest football team in the European football pyramid. Mark my words, they will rise to ascendancy, ladies and gentlemen. They will be crowned champions of Europe one day, and Sheffield Towel will say, wow, Towel knew that one was coming. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, not only was Sheffield United the greatest team in the late 1800s and the early 1900s in the football pyramid, playing in multiple FA Cup finals, but they are also called the Blades, and our Sheffield United Towel H himself has designated all of us honorary Blades, and therefore towels are Blades. Wonderful. God bless Sheffield United. Karen, I'm not so sure about her. I don't necessarily know if I want to say, well, God, we have to say God bless to all of God's creatures. It might pain you all. I know it pains you all, but Karen might not be a towel, but she is one of God's creatures, and therefore we should do our very best to at least say God bless her. Even if she has to go through penalty and repentance and go through a sentence. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? That is still something that God's creatures go through. An avocado. It could be a towel avocado. It could be a pear. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. These little towel stickers make Towel's brain just so pleased. I am just the happiest little towel when I see your towel comments and stickers. Oh, they make my little towel heart dance. Okay, Amber Am. Yes, God bless to all. So true. Elevate the process. You are a super towel. It was wonderful to see you. My King of Kings. Wonderful to see you. I love your username. Eva, God bless you. You're a super towel. You don't have any responsibilities. You are just a super towel. All of 19, enjoy your new towel emojis. It's wonderful to have you here among our towel universe. Wicked Uma, dear friend, your username is wonderful. You are hilarious. Your sardonic commentary, what's a wrench, is exactly in the line with the type of towel humor I find hilarious. Mandy Strong, dear honorary towel spouse, you are wonderful, and you are also a towel. Kitties 1993, I saw you pop up in there. You are wonderful in a towel. Murder by Maestro, literally every time your name pops up, I start screaming things like, oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. He is a 23-year-old towel who speaks binary. And if you're wondering, that means 0001, 1001. That's how old Murder by Maestro is in binary years. And yes, that was accurate. I can literally speak binary. Bob Alessi was like, I'm going to speak hexadecimal. I'll show that little towel up. Oh, yeah, Bob Alessi, well, I can communicate in binary. What are you going to do about it? My King of Kings, I mentioned it was great to see you. Monty, oh, dear towel friend, God bless you. It was great to see you pop up. Elevate the process. And Amber M, I know I got to say hi to you. Second Beach Girl, oh, God bless you, dear friend. It was great to run into you. Claudia Montano, God bless you, friend. I really appreciate all the times you tune in. All the towel friends from around the world, we welcome and love all of you in this fluffy towel universe. Kat, I mentioned you. Great to see you. Mandy Strong with the wonderful lemon towel. Oh, that was great. Bailey, God bless you, dear friend. I love your username in the little hearts. Murder by Maestro, literally every time your name pops up, I'm just going to yell, oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. That's going to become a meme. Amber M, you are wonderful. I saw you pop up earlier. Pilgrim Shadow, oh my God, my dear friend. God bless you. I hope you're doing well. I also have to check in with our dear towel friend who got surgery. We got a message earlier. Actually, you know what? Let's do that now. We had a towel friend who got surgery, and I think if we got an update on our dear towel friend, I'm not going to reveal their name. It's not Pilgrim Shadow, obviously, but I just got reminded that there is another towel friend who underwent surgery, and we need to just check in. And it looks like... Hold on. It looks like they are okay. They are okay. God bless them. Got a message yesterday morning. I'm so happy to hear that they are okay. Thank you for the reminder. It sparked me to check in because just looking through the comments, I'm so glad. Thank you. God bless you, dear friend. If you're out there, I'm glad you're doing okay. Matt P, God bless you. I saw you pop up earlier. I was so pleased. Your comments are always wonderful. Thank you to all the towel friends who dealt with a little bit of rockiness today. We get occasional, even they're very loving people who might just be combative, and let's try to break the cycle and rise above and show people that love is possible. They just got to gel with the vibe here. Who else? Brianna Sullivan, I saw you pop up. God bless you, dear friend. Oh, Monty, God bless you. You are a super towel, dear Monty, and I am honored to be able to give you a super heart on your super chat. Hold on, watch this too. Watch how we can do this. I've learned to use my text-to-speech. God, I literally said that. God bless you, dear Monty. You are a super towel. Now, it doesn't always get Monty's name right because I have to put a little E there. But I did it, ladies and gentlemen. I did it. Monty, you are absolutely wonderful. All the people, and what was the sticker? Oh, yes, there were, you are just wonderful super towels. You are a super towel, absolutely. Oh, God bless you, dear friend. No stray ants. I saw you pop up in chat. It was great to see you. Christina, you wonderful super towel. I did not forget about you. We are going to do that update tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We may even have to do a little preview now. I see what the problem now was. I just never ended up getting the actual message to load. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to see if we can get us an update from Reporter Towel Christina. If not, we have an update on the Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man saga from Reporter Towel Christina. I know a lot of you are going to have that on your mind. Oh, goodness. Look at it. MJ Baker. God bless you for popping up, dear friend. You're such a wonderful towel. Thank you for hopping in. Your insights and questions are always appreciated and noticed. Let's see what else we got here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, you all were just getting in quite a debate. Shannon Lamar, God bless you, dear friend. I saw your collision. I saw your question about a snapshot of the collision. Absolutely something worth looking into. Murder by Maestro is the absolute technical genius, so that is something we will all want to keep an eye on over the coming days. So excellent questions, Shannon Lamar. Now, I'm not entirely absconding from you all. I want to show you an update from Reporter Towel Christina. Reporter Towel Christina puts in long hours on the ground to get us pictures and updates related to Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And I tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I am not the type of towel who's just going to be like, okay, I am not going to report on Christina's update. Absolutely not. Reporter Towel Christina is a venerated and valued member of the fabric of the towel universe. And if Reporter Towel Christina sends towel a something that we need to review, by goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to get those pictures. I even heard that Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man may have been involved with some kind of towels. And what better way, as we get close, there's only a few, one or two parts of the list left of the names. I'm just going through every comment that I can see on the back scroll. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot say no to Reporter Towel Christina. That it literally would be a disgrace to reporter Towel Christina's efforts. It would undermine the sanctity of towelhood. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the only option, oh, hold on, I need to leave that up. I need to leave your comments up. The only option is for me to bring up a picture that reporter Towel Christina found. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I see a new honorary towel we're going to welcome into the fold here, so give me 1 second. Welcome, honorary towel Alicia 4801. That is a very nice name that you have. Okay, our first update. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm pretty sure the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca are now on the hunt. Oh, God bless you, Jack D65. Always appreciate you. You always manage to come through right as Little Towel is going through his end read, and we are looking at hilarious pictures from reporter Towel Christina. You, Jack D65, are a super towel, and I will always associate you with the end of the streams. But just look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Reporter Towel Christina has gotten us an update. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca are on the offensive. They have managed to turn the tide. They are now chasing some kind of bear or other creature in a Free Karen Reed shirt. You know, I want to send a special message out there to someone who knows how to use a stick to defend against bears. God bless you, Little Towel. You can protect us from that creature. Deb H., I saw you pop up. Honey B., God bless both of you. We got one more update from reporter Towel Christina. I would be remiss, ladies and gentlemen, if I did not include the final update from reporter Towel Christina. Oh my goodness. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. They found their towels. They are at home, ladies and gentlemen. They are heading towards comfort. They see the light, ladies and gentlemen. We've rescued them. Look how comfortable they are among the towels. Oh, goodness, there is no better ending, ladies and gentlemen. The happy... Oh, it's Bigfoot. Oh, no, I don't know if a stick can defend against Bigfoot. Oh, but look at those happy, fluffy Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. All right, I saw, who else did I see? Kitty's 1993, I saw you pop up in there. Alicia, Elisha, God bless you, dear friend. It was great to see you pop up today in chat. Hot Coffee Chats, I love your name. I loved your request, and they're off from the starting gate. I'll always remember that, dear friend. Oh, Christina Towel was up there. I saw you pop up in chat. Who else do we got going on here? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Greer's Garden, great to see you. Rob5280, thank you both. Greer's Garden, you had some wonderful insights, as did you, Rob5280. Please join us again. It was great to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Mandy Strong, of course, the honorary towels bus. Carrie Gold, God bless you, dear friend. Always appreciate all of your knowledge and sharing and shared compassion with your towel friends. But yes, Kitty's 1993, you were even sharing the exact times. God bless you. Diana Natale, thank you for sharing updates. God bless you, dear friend. Bella Marie was in here. Thank you for joining us. I agree. I want to see more clips of Karen. True Crime and Some Wine, thank you for joining us, dear friend. You're so wonderful. Thank you for joining in. And Bella Marie was at the top of the chat. All right, I'm scrolling down now. I'm not going to miss any names. I have a steadfast dedication. I keep a very close eye. Deb H., Christina. Oh, there's Christina Towel. She was the one who told us it was Bigfoot. Well, yay, I'm so pleased. Honeybee, Christina, Alicia 4801, Mandy Strong, Eva, My King of Kings, Lisa Cox, Jack D65. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to the end of Towel's stream. Almost 11 hours later, Towel's going to get some rest. Towel loves each and every one of you. And let's remember, folks, we like to close off this stream in the same way every day, which is if you actually really appreciate this stream and you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do it that really would mean more to me than anything else. Look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. Look for reasons to embody and demonstrate universal love and unconditional compassion, and look for reasons to uplift the world if you possibly can in small ways. Look, you could do something as simple as smile at someone on the street, donate to a charity for homeless veterans, shake the hand of a neighbor, call a family member you haven't heard from in a while, go for a walk with a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, there are donate 200 tomato plants like wonderful towel Francis Frutrell has done in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, and have them designated honorary towels. Ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to love those around you and be a warm, fluffy towel. That's the very best of what the towel universe can be. That is us embracing our eudaimonia, as the Greeks would say, or the summum bonum in the Latin, our greatest good. And I think through 6 degrees of authentic separation, not 6 degrees of Chewbacca, we can actually change the world one small act of kindness at a time until eventually it radiates outward like a ripple in a giant pond that is our Earth, until this vibe of compassion, whether we agree or disagree on the issues, takes over and things begin to emerge into the digital age with not just a water bearer, Aquarius the water bearer, but Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel. A digital age defined by unconditional universal love and small acts of service. It's possible. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless so many of you. Claire, it's great to see you over in the UK. I spent some time in Bath. I'm so glad you got to pop into stream and I got to say hello to you. God bless Murder by Maestro. Hugs to every single one of you. Towel does need to rest. I'll see you after 11 a.m. tomorrow. Enjoy Bob Alessi's Cross. I'm sure we'll talk all about how tormenting it was and boring it was. Until then, Towel loves every single one of you. God bless. Be well. We'll end the X stream first. As the Towel YouTube friends know, the X friends get said goodbye to first. All right, Towel YouTube friends, it's just us now. We've been going for over 10 hours and 40 minutes. God bless all of you. Thank you for supporting Towel Stream. Sorry for the little bit of rockiness today. I'm so glad that you all handled the people who come into this chat in a compassionate way, but we also have a firm line of demarcation where we put our foot down. But yes, obviously, enjoy your evening, friends. Have fun. Go enjoy the night. Learn, consume, be merry, get some rest, and Towel will see you tomorrow morning. God bless. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Towel loves you. Be strong.